haven't done yet, but everywhere else
Because I want on South Old State, I want them to see like oranges, gangly sign and like art. So.
The only thing I think you're going to say is if you come down Heights Road,
Okay.
they all should have been 18 by 24.
No, really?
The one on Heights, the worst one I've seen
Well, I
is
gotta start.
Heights Road.
All right. Very good. Are we ready? Ready? Call to order the Berlin Township regular trustee meeting for November 13, 2023. Allegiance. Okay. 27. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That is the agenda for the 27th. I'll swap out my agenda. Please call roll.
O'Brien.
Here.
Rayo.
Here.
Fuller.
Here.
All right. Thank you. And that does bring us to the public comment period. In keeping with our standard practices, if anybody would like to make a public comment this evening, please come to the lectern, state your first name, your last name, your address, and then you will have 4 minutes to proceed with your public comment. That said, are there any public comments for this evening? All right. Thank you. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion for approval of minutes from the November 13th meeting.
Make a motion to approve the November 13th, 2023 meeting minutes and discuss the reading of same. So
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. I did send that feedback. Did you get it?
I got it.
Fantastic. Please call roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rayo.
Yes.
Fuller.
yes.
Thank you. Okay. I'd like to, without objection, skip to something that is not on the agenda related to, it looks like Evans Farms modification for the Hollenbach Road properties presented by Rockford Homes. It's my understanding that Rockford submitted consideration for a major minor on or about October 27th of this year. It did not unfortunately make it onto the agenda for this evening. So the question I have for my colleagues on the board is, would we like to consider whether or not to determine it's a major or minor, not to consider it this evening, given that they did turn it in at the end of October.
So I'm prepared to move forward on that decision of the major minor.
Yeah. All right, trustee board, have you heard or had the opportunity to review? Would you like to have this added as an agenda item, and then if it were to be determined to be a minor, we could then also act potentially that same evening. But if it were determined to be a major, of course, we'd have to go back through the process, which I think that would mean then potentially getting on BZCs in January, late January, early February. So the question before the board is, would we like to allow this this item that was not on our agenda to be considered for this evening?
So a suggestion I could have is that we could discuss it, and then trustee Bill is not feeling prepared, we can continue it.
Are you fine with that?
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, well, do you have something prepared for this evening for us?
Kind of, yes.
Okay, would you mind going to the lectern, saying your first name, last name, who you're representing, and give us a brief overview of the proposed changes?
Yes, thank you. Jim Lippnums, Rockford Homes, address 999 Polaris Parkway, Clubs 43240. Very simply, it's a modification to the existing PDP overall of Evans Farms. It was originally zoned in 2016 for areas A, B, and D, which is over 600 acres. So within that zoning text, there were some provisions for the expiration of the PDP. TDP and or extensions and modifications to it, knowing that it's going to be over 20 years. While the building code doesn't specifically have determinations for a major minor determination, the PRD zoning text does include some major deviations criteria in section 11.13. And those are change in the use and character of the development, an increase in overall lot coverage, obstructions and or off-street parking, an increase in the density, change in traffic circulation of public utilities, reduction in approved open space, reduction of off-street parking and loading spaces, a reduction in the required pavement width, a change in the acreage of the planned development, or any other departure of the approved development. So items A through H, I think we do comply with, that we should be considered a minor. The density has changed, but it's changed down. So we're removing 34 homes and the associated 4 off-street parking spaces with that. So the ratio remains the same. The only real deviations that we're asking for is really, we're keeping the road network the same, just modifying it a little bit. We're adding a couple architectural modifications, the use of thick gauge 0.046 vinyl or gauge vinyl siding and single hung windows, both which are also used elsewhere in the township, and then some relocation of the bike paths and multi-use paths through the development rather along Hollenbeck and State Roads. So that's it in a nutshell. Prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions?
I have statements, not questions.
Let's start with questions.
I've got a question. How many dwelling units you're talking?
The original zoning had 379, and we've dropped it to 345.
Okay, so that takes that many homes out of the Evans property? Or is this an addition to the Evans property zone?
It's not in addition to, it's a reduction in the amount of overall homes. Now, I'm sorry, that's just this section. The way I understand the overall development is the overall density and number of homes in the development could remain the same. So this could increase density potentially in another section if somebody came back in with a development plan modification to this board. But currently, this is just a reduction in this section.
Mm-hmm. So, there may not be an actual overall reduction in Evans Farms, but there will be in this section.
Correct.
Because if they take out 34 here, that means that they'll potentially add it somewhere else.
I understand there won't be a reduction in Evans Farms. I'm not asking for that, but I see this as an increase because of the addition of the apartments, or the number of apartments that you're talking about. So what's happening is we're trading houses for an apartment complex, I believe.
Is there any?
There's no multifamily on this parcel.
I think you're thinking of a different plan, but you're right on that one. But this is all single
This is
family.
all single
Correct.
family. The change primarily is moving to, there was, I think, originally, of the 379 lots, like 340 of them were narrow lots. We've increased the size of them to all be over 72 foot in width. And that's primarily the super product.
I mean, I've got all minute and a half to look at it.
Yeah, and trust me when I say, I'm perfectly okay with coming back to the December 11th meeting if you need more time to look at it. I came because I didn't know if I was on the agenda or not.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Um,
I think that was lack of.
let's go to statements.
So I think it's a major deviation, primarily because I don't see the community gardens there, I don't see the horse trails there, and I don't see the feeder pattern to the school that's supposed to be built in Orange.
Were you aware of those items?
No, and at least the zoning text that I have and the zoning plans associated with that do not show that on this parcel. This is property B of the Evans Farm and a portion of property parcel A.
But the community gardens was set to be very near. walkable state road on Wayne's property.
Okay, I'm not aware of that at all. I'll go back and look at the original zoning text and see if we can do that.
Well, because the idea of the horse trails and community gardens and those types of things, those would be indicative of a change of character.
Sure.
And I actually think that some of this change is for the better and very much in favor of, especially, lowering density, having larger lots and.
Okay, well, there's not quite through though.
Oh, nice.
So the problem with this is that you're actually increasing the number of road miles for the number of houses. So that later on, the whole goal of this was to be a walkable community. And so if you have that density, it's supposed to be walking to the school, to the businesses. So that's like grocery, things like that, and then worship center. So those were the things that were sold to us. Now this per parcel doesn't really include the part that goes, that requires the pedestrian bridge over the railroad track.
Yeah.
But it should feed into that because that's a principal reason of this being approved at the high density that it was that pedestrian bridge was to make it so that it was a walkable community. So all this needs to tie into the school in Orange Township, the businesses there, and the horse trails, which would tie into our plan of our trails that we're considering.
Right. And so as far as the road network goes and the addition of road, as you know, we look at this quite closely since every foot of road costs about $1,200 a foot. So we do look at that for the homes. We are widening some of these lots like 3 to 4 feet. So it's not significant as far as additional frontage of road per unit. But what we are increasing the amount of open space. The amount of open space goes from, it's almost 20 acres that it gets increased. The path system, the walkable path system is what keeps everything connected. Those are still there. They're really relocated and routed through.
So how did the horses go through?
I don't know anything about the horses. I will have to look this up because I reviewed the original zoning and I didn't see that.
Because the agricultural horse buildings that the school is going to be able to use is on the other side of the railroad track. And I'm assuming that's well, they did say that. Originally, they wanted the grade separation, which isn't gonna happen. So they're gonna have to cross at Shanahan because they're not gonna be allowed over the pedestrian bridge.
Okay. I'm gonna have to get that answer back to you on the 11th because this is.
So it's not incorporated, which means to me it's a major, and that's all. We're not really determining whether or not the plan is acceptable, but
Correct.
but whether it's a major or minor. And
But I don't know where that is stated in the zoning text for this parcel. That's what I'm saying. It might be part of the overall Evans Farm zoning text, but I don't see it for this parcel.
well, this is more than one parcel. You're making one parcel out of it.
Section.
Oh, yeah, it's parcel B in unfortunate section A. So I get your point. I'll have to review it in that like that.
And what about the community gardens?
The community gardens I will have to look up as well because I did not see that on the original plan to what our new plan was. And you'll have to apologize to me, I was not around at the beginning of the zoning, so.
Only a few of us were, so.
Yeah. I was at a different company at the time, so.
Well, half of the discussion was about an oak tree, which I thought was pointless, but all those other things
Okay.
had a point.
So you modified the, I'm sorry, do you have any more statements?
Well, I would like to see how this is being incorporated into the pedestrian. I'm restating, but what I want to see when we come back to the major is how it's going to funnel into the school in Orange Township.
Okay.
And how it's going to funnel into the businesses, because it's got to be a walkable community. Otherwise, it should be at 1.25 units per acre.
Okay, understood. Okay.
Just dovetailing from his comment, it looked like, so can you describe what your change was to the multi-use paths? Because it looks like you're now taking them in,
Correct.
and it's insular to the community, but we really wanted it to be external to it so that the paths, with Arrowhead right there and paths to the school, and then connecting down Hyatt and that area, that it would be very accessible to kids and the public.
Sure, and that's a modification that can be done. Our thought process was, just from experience in other neighborhoods that we felt, and I felt, is that, paths along major roads like that aren't as, I guess, is accessible as you might think. People don't like to walk across them or along them. They'd rather walk through the neighborhood and wind through where it's a little bit more peaceful and quiet, and not, especially this time of year, when it gets darker earlier, just feels a little bit less safe. So that was our thought process. Again, we'll probably defer to you on how exactly you want those to be.
Yeah.
Flexible in that.
Well, what you say makes a lot of sense in terms of it being within the community versus going around it, but when you take it as one part of the
The
whole,
whole thing.
and what we're planning on Hyatt Road and the
Right.
connection between now 5, 6 different Olentangy schools and how
Yeah.
that plays out, I think that preserving that's important because of that walkability to and from the school, to and from the commercial areas.
Yeah, understood.
And this does, a question, because it looked to me like it encroached into the business section of the plan, does it?
No, it does not. It stops at.
It's an odd shape that is the business plan.
Yeah, it does not. It stops, before the Evans Farm Boulevard, the north-south major collector road. It stops before that, which is what I think you're talking about. That's where the business part is.
The PRD.
Yeah. It's everything to the east of that tree stand.
Mhm.
I'd have to have the map to
Yeah.
know exactly where the PRD starts and stops because it's an irregular shape.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Can like to ask a couple of questions. The houses, you're asking for a change in the plan, one to the other, and it's a total reduction in the number of houses, and you're expecting those houses to appear someplace else in the development.
I'm not saying whether they will be or not. I'm saying it's potentially possible that they could, because I believe that the way the overall Evans Farm zoning is that it's a maximum density. And you can trade density from one spot to the next. This section, we are reducing it. Nobody else could add that density unless they came back to you for a modification on that section of the plan. So I wouldn't think that because we're reducing 34 here, that they're gonna add 34 somewhere else. We're only in contract in this one parcel. And so that's all we're looking at as a reduction in this section.
I'm not sure that's totally accurate. You're saying they have to come for,
They have to, but we have to approve
they
it.
have to approve it.
I mean, we don't have to, but we would
Well-
be violating what we had already approved from total density.
Yeah, they would have to come, same process that I'm in, come in for a major minor.
I don't know how you could deny it, because if they shove them all
We
in
can
there.
vote no, it's just we can't really, we have no standing with it, because we've already allowed the overall total density to change.
Right, so if you do this, it does shove them there, which changes that character significantly. But you can't say no to crammed in houses if they are allowed to have them. I didn't like that. Yeah, I voted no on that.
I know.
You're taking away
You were right on that one, probably.
I'm sorry.
you're taking away the access to, Old State Road, South Old State Road.
With the multi-use path, that's the
Well,
access.
the proposed plan had an access to, Old State Road. And the plan you've got proposed is, doesn't have an access to Old State Road.
Oh, that's accurate, yes.
And where did the there was a question or concern about the Avon Lee, or however you say that, development to the south. They're showing it as a connection. I know that there was quite a bit of concern as to whether that connection would occur or not. Has that been resolved, and is it a connection?
Yes, there is a connection there shown on both the existing and the proposed plans.
So it will be going out there, so that
Yes.
they would have an access, but it's still reducing by one the number of accesses to South Olmsted.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know the county has likes to move the things to county roads, but Hollenbach Road will become a county road before too long here, within a couple of years. And so when that occurs, and I see you've added another one to Hollenbach Road, so there's 3 along Hollenbach and none along Old State as far as this part of Merlin Township.
The one that was added lines up with the school entrance. And I believe that was, I wasn't there when that was discussed with them, but I believe that was at their request.
Do you have any recollection about horse trails or anything in this section of Evans Farms? Community garden, horse trails?
I don't remember.
The discussion was because it got a little heated about crossing Pike, because I said Pike's gonna be a major road, and the horses are gonna go across that. And so, yeah.
Okay, well, the question here is, do we feel that we have sufficient information to make a vote on whether or not this is a minor or major modification? Or do we need to have more information to effectively make that determination?
I have sufficient information.
Okay, do you have sufficient information to take a vote, or would you like to delay it and get more information?
I think I'm okay. I think I could do that. Just vote.
Both, okay. With that, the chair will entertain the motion.
So does it have a
This is amendment to.
is that what it's called?
It doesn't seem to have a label on this, but we should also accept this as a document. Do you happen to get a specific number, or do you know what the original zoning was on this?
I did with the resolution number.
What was
Yeah, I do not know. I apologize. No.
All right. Wow.
Or, not the resolution number, but or the
Application.
BZC number, BZC.
Do you have the original with you?
I have the application, the number is blank on that.
What's the year? Do you have the original one, the original application for that area?
No, I do not.
I was
I
thinking
just
it
have
was
to have
16.
Yeah.
Know what year is requested?
16,
16?
yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yes, it would be 16.
But I don't know if it was introduced in 16 or passed in 16.
It was December of 2016, so.
Okay, that's helpful. Hold on. I'm gonna try to get this right. This is,
Going over my notes there.
government on the fly, yeah, right now. See if we can find that 2016. Oh, I don't have that. I don't have that on the website.
Is it called Evans Farm Land Development Company?
Sounds right.
If it's the right one, it's 16-001.
Should we look, let's try to confirm that one?
Let's see.
Has there been any other amendment to that initial 2016?
Yes, because.
So this would be the second amendment?
Yeah, I don't know who did the
Can I
previous
see that
amendment.
page if you're not?
Well, it's BZC 16-01 is here, amendment 2. It does say amendment 2.
The zoning text page is wrong, 1/6.
Oh, here we go.
With the yellow light above. So, cover all that.
The book.
I mean, you could have a vote for everything else, but.
It's okay. Sorry. That's odd that was like that.
I move that we accept application for modification of approved zoning plan preliminary to BZC case number 16-001 dated 10/24/23, amendment number 2 as an exhibit.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion? Please call roll.
What was, can I finish this?
We're just accepting the document. We're just accepting that as an exhibit.
Pardon?
We're just accepting this as an exhibit. We're not
Okay.
voting right now.
Okay.
Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rayo,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Let me know when you're ready, trustee Bullard.
Okay, I'm ready.
I move that amendment 2 to BZC case 16-001 dated 10/24/23 is a major modification to the approved zoning plan.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. One point of clarification. We all have to vote unanimous for it to be minor, for us to then set up a minor. We all have to vote unanimous for it to be a major, or
I don't think so.
it just be majority, right?
I believe that's true.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Rayo,
Abstain.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, well, I hope you got what you got here, came here for.
So that means it's a major and I'm
That
fine.
means it's being considered
and then
major.
Do you set the
Kathy sets
zoning
the,
commission dates? or-
yeah, Kathy will set that. I believe they have one more meeting, 2 more meetings,
Okay,
one more in December.
okay.
So I would,
I'll follow up with Kathy.
and get on with her as soon as possible because of the holidays, things get kind
Yeah,
of held back.
yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yes. All right, we have a couple folks here.
I'd like to make one statement.
Sure.
Something that I would be very interested in at the hearing that we have is that the applicant for the overall project, because that's the plan that's getting modified. Okay, I know what we're talking about is a small part of it,
Yeah,
but we're modifying the overall. I'd like to have that person, or those people, or that representative be able to discuss how this is going to affect the rest of what's going on in Grove Township.
right.
I think it would be more likely that this would get approved if we had satisfactory answers from that as well. But I'm not saying you have to do that because we can just consider this, but
Yeah, I will check with their schedule.
Yeah, it might be
Again,
helpful.
If I can get them here, I will.
That'd be fantastic, yes.
Because I understand that you're modifying the plan, but the you're interested in part of it, and the plan is
And you're interested, yeah, the overall.
a lot more than that.
Because what you're doing is affecting that. It's not like it's not affecting.
Well, it could affect it. They could do nothing in the other areas too, but they now have the option of adding 34 homes.
I would be shocked if they did not.
Well, but
Listen, we're a developer, we reduced by 34, I mean, it's not every day the developer
Well, but
does
you
that.
haven't really.
Well,
If
they have.
can- No, because the owner of the entirety has that option of moving, so there's not a reduction unless they agree to it.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is Rockford Homes agreed to build 34 less homes.
yeah,
It's just on our parcel. We don't own any of the other.
section,
parcels.
yeah.
And it's fungible, and so it's not true.
From Rockford's standpoint, it would be.
Well, you get the other side to agree to it, then you're right.
Okay. Well, now I have some homework.
And let me say, they don't have to be here, but if there's a letter in the file that says you have the ability to speak for them, I'm okay with that because they're representative.
Okay.
Okay, but if they're not willing to give you the ability to say, whatever you do here.
Well, if they were gonna make any commitments, as Mr. O'Brien stated, I would have them put that in writing or stated in person.
Yeah.
I don't want
So it
to
would probably have to be notarized in a
Yeah,
variety
I don't
of
want to
steps.
speak on anybody's behalf
Yeah,
when it comes to development.
but the point of note, if the other side was willing to agree to take away those 34 homes from the overall plan, would you then have considered this a minor?
No,
Because of the still the horse and the characteristic of it?
but it would make me more likely to approve this as a major, assuming that it does do all those other things, feed in. Horses, I wondered how they were gonna get them across the pile in the beginning. I didn't believe them, but you need to have a good plan that makes sense.
Okay, understood. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, take care. Okay, let's see, we have a few folks in the room. You with
Delco.
Delco, just visiting.
Just visiting.
Okay, well, welcome.
No business.
Okay. All right, very
And,
good.
Berlin Township, right?
Was that?
And Berlin Township. was
Oh, wonderful,
A few streets up, about a couple miles
wonderful.
out. Foot five.
Where the paths are going. Yeah, take notes and share with your neighbors. So they'll probably be back in a month and a half or so, I would guess. Get through BZC and go through the process. And then we also have with us this evening, we have, so do you pronounce your name Stucco or? Okay,
And my question to you is, since I've been asked to be here on matters that the board's previously discussed with legal counsel in executive session, if you intend to enter into executive session tonight to discuss those.
it was sort of going to be up to you, sir. So if you think that that the matters that we have discussed previously should remain in executive session, that's fine. Otherwise, we have some items, some questions that we can ask outside of executive session as well.
Well, my advice.
Do you have something for us that you think would be beneficial to recess into executive session regarding?
Yes, so then if the board wants to discuss anything, maybe in the session afterwards. It needs to be.
I think that would be the way to go.
Yeah, that's fantastic. All right. And so, we would be recessing into executive session pursuant to,
It's 121.2. To have a conference. with
G3?
G3, sorry. G3 to discuss, or conference with legal counsel regarding pending or imminent court action.
Are you wanting personnel, so?
No, I was wondering if the board would indulge moving me up soon as a second one fire, so in the next township over.
well, we have a pretty long discussion to have with you about assistant fire chief and, right, and some other matters,
Just some.
requisitions. Okay.
Yeah, the assistant
No
chief
collective
is,
bargaining.
assistant chief is slated for,
The 11th.
11, a couple interviews.
Okay, so we don't have a long discussion. We don't have anything.
Just some recommendations, just real quick.
Okay, we can do that. Without objection, we'll go to the fire chief.
Okay, the first requisition that we have is 2023-19, to Snavely Painting for an amount of $11,880 with an expected amount of $9,900. Would you like to speak to that, Chief?
Yeah, we did receive the 3 estimates, the next closest, and this is just for labor, was 18,230, and the one after that was 23,000. I did check Mr. Snavely's references, and I did speak with him because I was concerned that his estimate was very, very low, so I had him double check his numbers. And he said the numbers are solid, and his references checked out excellent.
So I move that we approve requisition 2023-19 to Snavely Painting for an amount of $11,880 with an expected cost of $9,900.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. The next requisition is number 2023-20 to Heritage Fire Equipment for an amount of $2,436.48 with an expected cost of $2,030.40.
This is for a slide out tray on the utility. That's the one we just put the new bed on. The tray allows us to slide out to full extension with its full payload capacity. That allows us to get the equipment out without having to climb up into the vehicle. It houses all of majority of our rope rescue and water rescue equipment that tend to be pretty heavy. So that's the purpose of that. The reason, normally we would have got 3 estimates, but in researching these slide out trays, this one seems to be high quality, good reviews, and this company is the only people locally that sell it.
So I move that we approve appropriation of $2,436.48 with an expected cost of $2,030.40 to Heritage Fire Equipment for the purpose of a slide out equipment tray.
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion?
Does this include installation?
This is us installing.
So it's on the truck. This gets it on the truck and it's done.
Correct.
Okay.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
The next one is requisition 2023-21 to Sherwin Williams Paint for an amount of $2,808 with an expected cost of $2,340.
This is just the paint for the project. We wanted to control the paint. It's that way we make sure we got what we needed and not more, and that there wasn't going to be the raise in cost based on them raising the price after they purchase it. Because typically they'll get a cheaper price. We were able to get it at a significantly cheaper price, estimate of $39 a gallon, so approximately 60 gallons a day.
So I move that we approve appropriation of $2,808 with an expected cost of $2,340 to Sherwin Williams Paint.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion? And what kind of paint is it? Super paint?
Yeah, interior, high quality. All 3 of them said they would only use the 2 highest levels, otherwise they didn't want to do the project. So,
Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Thank you.
thanks for including me. That's us.
How's the roof holding up?
Good, really good.
No leakage?
No, we went through and we kills all the sealing that we would do at a certain date. We were good. And I think mostly that's why you're seeing us move forward with some of these repairs we've been holding off on. I think that just made more sense to make sure we had that. So I will absolutely extend to the board that you guys are right. I would have lost that bet, so thank you. Appreciate it.
So how are we on installation?
Good.
Need it?
Nobody reported. What they were worried about was that condensation for lack of, and it does not seem to be.
Okay, so you'll continue to monitor.
Yeah.
And report back?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Before the end of the life of that building, it will have to be re-insulated.
So, something else.
Yes, sir.
I know you had talked with, Jesse about snowplow drivers.
We did, that was something, I think somebody needs to probably contact Mr. Riepenhoff to see,
Well, let me,
there's definitely interest.
what I was going to suggest is that we, can work with the part-timers, but the full-timers, we shouldn't work with until the contract and all those, and ripping off and his stuff is all settled, but the part-timers.
There'd only be a couple part-timers that I think you would be interested in.
Because we're not interested in going into overtime, because that's a nightmare as to who's overtime.
And that's,
So full timers just can't because of the overtime.
I'd say there might be a couple, but you definitely decrease your pool, because there's a couple part-timers, you
If
know.
we got a couple part-timers that are interested, I think that makes sense to talk with them and see what we'll get to. I don't,
I would be,
at this point, I'm not comfortable talking to the full-timers.
I think there's a few others that would definitely be interested as well, some good candidates. So, thank you.
But the full timers should know that they just can't because.
Well, that was the question we had, if we were entertaining that, because I knew that would get sticky with.
Yeah, because that's a huge nightmare of whose overtime it is, and it's two different.
Yeah.
It's a mess because you gotta deal with different rates of OPERS and OP and
And
F.
that was the
and-
concern we had, and it
Yeah.
just,
But part timers is not a problem.
I can get you that.
So we don't have to follow up with Riedenhoff on anything?
No, not on that, then, if we're not going that route. It was only, my suggestion was only gonna be if you were considering full-timers, which if you're not, then that simplifies it tremendously.
Great, thank you.
Am I dismissed? Thank you for moving me up.
Good luck, sir.
I'll get you that list.
Okay, with that, move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G3, which is conferences with an attorney to the public body concerning a dispute involving the public body that is subject to current or imminent court action.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, and that would include, everyone here and Mr. Stucco. Friendly amendment. Okay. Please call roll.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Rail?
Yes.
Bullard?
Yes.
Shall return this.
I don't know.
got some stuff on, just relax.
That is great to hear.
I move to return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bowler, trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, we did meet in executive session. No actions were taken and no decisions were made. That said, we have had a few items that have come up that I think would warrant further discussion in open session. And one of those items includes some of the issues that we're having over near Cheshire Market. And specifically, there was a resident who put in a note to say that there was flooding on the road on Ford and Africa area when you that stop sign. And that compelled the roads department to look into things a little bit more. And did you want to speak a little bit more to that, Jesse?
So Ford and Africa, we've got pretty much fixed except for the drive, the Cheshire Market Drive, they keep dragging the stone out, which we'll keep working at that. The other places that they talked about was Winter Street in Ford and Charles and Cheshire. So a lot of that water, so we talked to Doug, Ron and I talked to Doug last week or week before, and part of it, I think, is from the existing buildings being there. All their downspouts are running on the top of the surface and not in a stormwater. And I've talked to Jake about it before, and somewhere I'm pretty sure I've seen where them were supposed to be tied into stormwater drainage, and they're running open on top of the ground. So the county's recommendation is to, if that is the case, we need to get that water off the roadway first. Then once we get that water off the roadway contained, then we can see actually how bad the water is, because especially at Charles and Cheshire, which that will also, I guess, side note on that, the county, when they do, not next year, but the year after, the Peanut Roundabout, we have got them to extend their drainage. They're putting a catch basin. There's already one in the storage buildings lot on the east side of Charles. They're going to put one in on the west side of Charles. So that will help some of that. But for Winter Street, we need to get, because there's two downspouts literally run right off their building out into Winter Street. So once we get that water away from the roadway, we can see what is there and what's left that needs to be controlled, mitigated, and stuff like that. But until we get that water, we're never going to win until we get the buildings.
Compliant.
Yes.
So, and who would be responsible for enforcing that component?
So if it was part of their zoning agreement, if that was in the, because Jake and I kind of talked about some of this other stuff with the water in there, because he's brought it up to me before, and I thought we found somewhere in there they were supposed to be originally be tied as part of either their permit or in the zoning text. He started looking for it, but yeah, I talked to him late last week about it. So if it is part of their zoning, it was supposed to be tied in or subsurface, that would be on zoning. But if it is not, then we can go to soil and water and see what our options are through them.
Could we, and if you're okay with this, could we ask you to pursue with soil and water and with the engineers a little bit more to see what options there might be outside of the zoning purview? And we'll do the same on the zoning side, but kind of do that in parallel.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, no problem there. What we need to do, Cheshire doesn't have storm sewers. Okay, and so we need to do an REA with the county engineer to design a drainage system for Cheshire. And the thing that we get into is we can do maintenance on existing drainage, but we can't build new drainage without going through a fairly large project. As far as getting EPA approval and maybe a little bit of detention, doing all that sort of stuff. So any more drainage than what we've got up there, and that's where we're adding the catch basins. We're calling that maintenance because it's really should have been there and that sort of stuff. You know, along Cheshire Road, and it's part of the peanut project and that sort of stuff. There's a big puddle that occurs there in front of, or along Africa Road by Cheshire Market.
Mhm.
And what that is that's the water coming down along Cheshire Road, because it's got no place to get down, and so it just runs down along the road when it gets to that puddle, and that's the low spot. And so we're hoping to be able to get that puddle drained under the maintenance and the peanut project and all that, to be able to take care of that part of it, but that may be an issue there as far as that puddle. It's along the back street, Ford Street and that sort of stuff, and the building in the back, the big building in the back. There's no storm sewer, no storm drainage, no nothing there to allow the water to go away. Am I saying that incorrectly or?
There's a storm that they can tie into, but the problem is the elevations are not feasible for it to tie into. They can tie into it underground, but you're not going to get rid of surface wise.
We don't have the water that runs uphill.
Yeah, we need, because the catch basins, the hole is lower than,
Right.
so we have, but there is enough elevation with the rooftop, they can tie into it subsurfacely and get rid of the water. But then we have to figure out if they can tie, if they have to have their own drainage structure, if they can tie into the road's drainage structure.
Got it.
And it's like last summer, we had the problem with the culvert collapsed there and got a hole in Cheshire Road in front
Right,
of Charles Street.
right.
And they just went out, dug it out, put it back in, and away to go. That was maintenance on that. It wasn't building a new one. If we were putting a new pipe across it, that would be a different story, to drain a storm sewer.
Right.
Alright, so that's where we gotta, I guess, get figured out what we can, how we can best utilize what we have without adding to it to keep red tape out.
Yeah, I mean, to mitigate the issue, I would love to see something done, if possible, as soon as possible, only because the concern of ice, and that water freezing and that becoming, a pretty significant ice issue, this winter. So if we can do something, let's try to get it done.
That's what the REA that Jesse's got that we want to sign to get the engineering office to take a look at it and come up with a plan for us.
So do we have an REA to consider tonight?
I didn't get it printed off, but I can go print it if you.
That'd be great.
Right.
Let's do that.
I forgot to print, I wrote it, but I forgot to print it.
That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah, I'll get it.
So we have that issue, with respect to, Cheshire Market. Do we have anything else that we want to make sure to consider tonight
In regard to roads or what?
in regards to Cheshire Market,
You mean Cheshire?
Cheshire Market area? No? No? Okay. And then while we have, you here, Mr. Stucco, I was hoping that we could chat about.
We had there was the thing with Tony for the right of way for Elko Water.
Well, it'd be easement as part of the road widening project.
Is that taken care of?
Do we need you for that?
I
You
need
guys
him
do.
to do it, but we need to, it's a long process.
This is just
Okay. Well, okay, so that's not why this gentleman was here, but do you want to have any conversation with
We
respect to
already
that?
had it.
Okay,
But do you have questions about it? I just maintain that we are willing to give what they need, not what they want. And if they need it by the Ohio Administrative Code, then we're willing to give that to them because we have to, because we want water. But if they want this 10 feet by 2 feet,
I don't have a problem with any of that, okay, but if we needed to do a executive session, to get that out of the way.
we might next time, but not.
Okay.
Okay.
That was the other thing I was thinking of.
Anything else for Mr. Stucker that you had, Ron, that you'd like to talk about in the context of open session?
Let me just see.
And did you have anything else, Trustee McBride?
No, we have High Road Temple situation later on in old business, but I think we should invite people to come to our next meeting
Okay,
and not address that tonight.
okay, that sounds good.
Was
Okay,
that? I
as the board may recall, I was authorized to represent the board at the, public records training.
Oh, yes,
That
thank you
took
for doing
place.
that.
Yes, of course. And we had a couple of questions that we had worked through. Mr. Stucker, while we have you, I was hoping that we could potentially get, a written, opinion of where the office currently stands with respect to a few different public record requests. The first one was with respect to the date of the request when it comes in and whether or not the board needs to fulfill up to the date of the request only, or whether they need to fill up to the date that they fulfill the request. So whether or not that's ongoing or not. I did chat with the individual who trained, and he was rather specific in saying, not that, attorneys agree on everything all the time, but he was very specific in stating that the public record request has to be a record that exists on the day of the request, and that anything that does not exist on the day of the request, of course, somebody can then request the same request again, but it is as of the day of the request. So it would be good to hear your office's perspective on that. Also, the question of attorney-client privilege documents and whether or not they could be either just redacted, or whether or not they have to be redacted, or whether or not they could be withheld. And it's my understanding that they could be either, based on his answer, but I want clarification from the board, because of course, if we have to redact, we have to print the paper and then, kind of black out everything, versus if we can just indicate that we have withheld those records. The third is personal notes, as in the use of a notebook such as this, and whether or not this would end up operating as a public record. And it was my understanding that these would operate not necessarily as transient documents, but as personal documents. And if they met the following criteria: 1, that the notes were properly personal; 2, that the notes were used for one's own convenience; and 3, whether or not others readily have access to view them, and that's not just if they're looking over my shoulder. So if we could get an opinion on that. 4 was the payment for actual costs. So it's our understanding that the Attorney General charges 5 cents per copy. We did in fact update our policies, right? Our
fee
fees.
schedule.
We had 25 cents initially. We have taken it to 10, or the actual cost of what the fiscal officer pays to copy. So we added that caveat in, and I want to make certain that that caveat's okay in terms of 1, is 10 cents reasonable? The fiscal officer seemed to indicate that 5 cents was too low for the actual cost. And can we have the fiscal officer be empowered to just go out, make the copies, and then you just pay the bill for the copies? Because that's how we know it's actual cost.
But in my research on what other people are charging, Staples was charging 25 to 30 cents a page.
Oh,
So
okay.
they're way over.
Right.
So I don't know if that
If
applied.
that, we'll just want your opinion on these items, and it can be very brief, or however long or short you want it. But okay. And then, the final one was, whether or not, basically the question of dialogue and deliberation, sending permission, and this has come up on a few occasions. It's the board's understanding that the board can send information to one another as an FYI or to inform them of something that is going to be a discussion at the next public meeting or at a public meeting. As long as the board does not engage in deliberation and discussion, meaning that the board does not reply to an email or continue any further engagement, the board can share information for the purposes of what is to be considered in the context of the public meeting. So it would be, I think, good to have that in writing in terms of, and let me know if I'm representing our understanding of this or if anything needs modified, but it would be good to have the written opinion as to what the office's current understanding is on these matters so that we can be confident moving forward with public record requests. Was there anything else that I missed from prior discussions?
When you talk about keeping a notebook, that's one thing, but if you keep notes on your phone, you know, keep the dialogue and all that sort of stuff, is that considered public record too?
Maybe you could add that. So, and I know historically what we've done is voicemails are public records, text messages that are engaged in official township business that are not transient in nature. We've historically treated as a public record. Anything else?
No. Now, who conducted this seminar?
Do you recall the name? It was the prosecutor's training.
I forget his name from the
Walker?
AG's office.
Walker, he was,
AG's office.
yeah, he leads that division in the AG's office. So I felt that he was very confident, very capable, which is why I had asked him some of these items and wanted to see how it concurs with our current understanding, how we're operating as a board.
Makes sense.
Everything okay?
It keeps moving. It's like, who's moving the screen?
Yeah, it focuses, I don't know if it's on someone moving, like when I sat down, but even when you guys were back there, it would, you could watch it just move around, like, somebody's got our eye on us.
It's kind of fine. And then, you know, if there's anything else that you think would be relevant for the board's understanding with respect to public record requests, that information is always welcome. Anything else from Mr. Stucco?
Walton, sorry, Michael Walton.
Michael Walton, did you have his title in there?
He's assistant attorney general.
Assistant.
Assistant Attorney General, Public Records Unit.
Yeah.
Sounds like he ought to know what he's talking about.
Well, yes. But it's always good to have some routines.
But it's always good to have an expert.
No, the person who would, the same opinion, and the opinion of the person who has to potentially defend you on the matters.
Yes. I thought he did a pretty good job with a really dry topic.
Yeah.
It was pretty engaging, given the topic.
Yeah. Did you have anything for us?
Unless you have any more questions for me.
Yes. Does the board have any more questions for Mr. Stucco?
I think with you referenced, any questions with that tonight, or
Well,
I guess in 2 weeks, I'll
Well,
probably be back here.
it's not anything new, it's just that we want to give Delco exactly what they need and not more. And on the temporary, we don't really have any problem with the temporary being larger than they need, assuming that, and we've had this discussion, if they make damages, they pay to fix them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Stucco, and we will, let us know if you and Mr. Fowler can join us in 2 weeks, and we'll follow up on a couple of those other items. And we'll try to get you in as close to 5:30 as possible too.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care. Okay, we have an REA situation.
So the REA is the township requests assistance from the county engineer to evaluate the current storm and roadway water issues and to help formulate a plan to fix these to better help with the safety of traveling public.
And it's got the location.
So Doug, can we just put in Village of Cheshire? He would know because we're doing all of the Village of Cheshire.
Yeah.
I move to, request this engineering assistance from the county engineer.
By trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion. Please call roll.
Graham,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Thank you for your work on that, Jesse.
Yep.
And while we have you here, without objection, we can just go down to roads at this time.
You want to talk first about 3Bs and K?
I can talk about that, we need the tractor requisition too.
Yep, I got it.
We can talk about either one. If I talk about 3Ds and K, the plan for 3Ds and K is very complicated, but what we've got is the apartment complex is going in. It'll be on both sides of Sunbury Park. So it'll be on the east side and the west side. And the east side part, when Sunbury Parkway gets built, could access Region K Road the way the road is laid out. That's not what we want to do. What we would like to do, what we're trying to work with the developer. The developer says he's willing to do that, is to turn that into a emergency access, Knox access location. And the Sunbury Parkway will have a concrete barrier down the middle of it. And what will happen is everybody will be making right-in, right-outs to get into the apartments, to leave the apartments. So if you're on the east side, you would go out, you would turn right and go north a little bit, and then do a J-turn or an R-turn and head back south to get to the expressway, assuming the expressway is built and all that sort of stuff. To get to the west side, you would go up to that same R-turn, come back, and then do a right-in to be able to get back into the west side apartments.
So you're saying that really there would be, when Sunbury Parkway is built, there will be no access on the 3Bs and K.
That's correct.
And if it is never built, what happens?
That's one of the things we've got to talk about.
That's the part that we've got to get laid out on the county engineer, because what the county engineer says, we don't need a
Turn lane?
turn lane.
If, yeah, so,
And so the if is the part that we want to figure out, put a date on the if, which is 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever, and the bond associated with it.
okay, so if it's bonded and there's a time limit, and will the developer agree to that?
We've got, when we get to the top part about future meetings, we got the Wednesday meeting. And one of the discussions is with the engineering problem.
Wednesday lunch with the engineers?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right, and so we've got that on our list, Jesse and I, to talk to the engineers about the 3B McKay and how to get that part done. We did talk with Tony about it today, and we have talked with Doug about it, but we want to get it further down the line. And also, we need to talk with ODOT to see when that will be built. I know the county engineer is doing the engineering work on it, but we want to make sure that it all gets put together. So it's
Well, could it also be, and this is another potential, which might be good for them, or they might not like it, and that is, it also is triggered by the number of apartments, because if they're only going to build so many, it's not gonna throw that much traffic on temporarily.
Right.
But if they're gonna build them all, it's not safe, and so they need a turn lane.
Well, some of them will have access to Africa Road.
I haven't seen the plan that turns that, so they all, so a certain number have to go to Africa Road, they can't go, because generally speaking, people
No,
know the short.
I don't know that it's limited in which way they can go, but there is an Africa Road access and a 3B Road access for the plant, as it exists right now.
And I'm certainly, I don't care about Africa Road, that's county road, they have to deal with that, so.
Right.
I mean, I wish them well, but I don't care. But on previous decay, I don't want to make the developer have to do something that isn't needed and it's gonna get torn up. That always drives me nuts. However, if it's a date certain and they have it bonded,
Right.
so that if what they think is gonna happen doesn't happen, then we're in good shape in the
And we've got to,
turn lane.
we've got to work with that. They also something else I want to do is talk with Berkshire Township, because Berkshire Township's got the east side of 3B and a lot of the development out there is dependent upon, a lot of the things are dependent upon four winds being extended down to hit Sunbury Parkway. And so, assuming that happens, that's one thing. If it doesn't happen, that's another thing.
Exactly.
And the thing is, if I were a developer, I'd be very hesitant about building Four Winds Parkway, because it's an expensive road to build
Yes.
down there, and it's a narrow piece of land. And when you look at acres, it's not a lot of acres
Yes.
to be putting that much money into that center road.
Understood.
It's a very expensive way. I expect the county would probably, or ODOT, one of the two, would end up building that road.
Well, and if they do.
Or some big part of it.
You know, my continual discussion about Sherman Road, it has to make sense what happens at Sherman Road.
But then the other thing that happens, as far as I'm concerned, is 3B and K is a direct access right now.
Yes.
And there's nothing to keep them from just bumping stuff on the 3B and K from
Yes.
Berkshire Road.
Yes.
So there's a lot of discussion going on right now, but we do have a plan, and with what we enacted, we've got a standard that says this is what has to be built there, and we'll work with the developer to make it less if it makes sense, but not if it doesn't make sense.
The bonding part is what makes me happy with that.
And trying, putting it in with a mouse box and making it emergency vehicle access only, that makes the best sense.
Yeah, makes sense to me too.
Well, and I thought that our initial approach was going to be if they would just annex that portion to the city. That was our preference anyway, and then they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, that would
So-
be my number one, but
So are they not willing to do that? Did we ask that question of them?
We haven't asked that question, but what it is the developer has to apply it, somebody get it done.
Well, if the developer's already applying for a secondary portion for North Point to potentially annex, I'm not saying that they are, but if they are going to do that, then it would seem it would be in line to go on ahead and do the other stuff.
But if they're doing the former, then we should be talking about the JED on the
Ravines.
ravines.
I haven't had the chance to follow up with the developer on this respect, but I did send him a note indicating that the TIF did apply to North Point parcels, and that when we spoke, that I also wanted to speak with him about the fact that there was still the JED, and that was not exempted from the ravines.
Well, the JED
The JED
is
agreement-
not exempted if they get incentives. They can get other than the
Yeah.
TIF. They're allowed to get the TIF without having to JED. But if they get other incentives, they have to do the JED.
So that's where we're at on 3B and K. I can only give a status update. We're not out on it by any stretch. We're still working on that one.
Right. Now, I would say that I would,
Did I forget anything or miss anything?
Nope, I just kind of just giving everybody an update to make sure that the direction we're headed is pleasing to all three of you. That way, we're not shooting for something that's not agreeable to you three.
Well, we all three agree on the fact that we would prefer them to just annex the land and take it and do what they
Right,
do.
right, that's the first, but I've got to get Doug to get that through, because he's going to talk to Sunbury about that.
Yeah,
But if that doesn't happen, does this, we're trying to get options for the what if.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to me. Because,
you don't need me.
I'm not real happy with that because what'll happen is somebody will say, don't worry about it. And then we still got the problem on the side that unless they annex it, they won't do it. You know,
I understand.
But it would be in the city.
but the city has standards too, and they're gonna require the turn.
I would hope. Especially when the developer comes and says, you know, hey, most of the developments on the west side of the road, don't worry about it.
Were you gonna make a pull about the jet and?
Yes,
everything?
so on the JED, I would be open to the developer coming in and chatting with us about keeping North Point in the township and, discussions of excluding the ravines from the JED. But I'm not asking them to come, but I would entertain that discussion.
Certainly bring this up in my discussion. I plan to touch base with them sometime in the next week.
Okay, the next conversation is, I think tractor at this point. What we've got is, two John Deere tractors. I think you're familiar with them. One of them we have, for years, recycled it and turned it down and got another one. And the rates have gone up quite a bit. We've got a proposal to go to a, case tractor, which is less expensive than, going at it that way.
Yeah.
And it's a bigger tractor because the tractor that we currently are using is, it's overloaded with the mower that we got in the back. The mower that we originally used and the one that we replaced was a lighter weight mower to the tune of about 400 pounds. The mower we've got now works much better, does a much better job, all that sort of stuff. It's a heavier one. And what we need to do is to look at going to a little bit larger tractor, and that's what we're looking to do. One of the things we were exploring is have explored is looking at the large John Deere tractor, or the larger John Deere tractor, and maybe using it for our mower, get rid of the small one, get the bigger, and get a bigger case tractor for the arm mower. Because the arm mower is really overloaded the size of the John Deere tractor that we've got now. But that's not what we're proposing. We've looked at that, and that's a bad idea at this point. And so what we're saying is take the small tractor, get a little bit bigger one, which would be about the size of the John Deere that we got now to use the mower that we got.
So you're getting an additional one, not getting rid of one.
No, we are getting rid of one.
Which one?
The
The
little,
little one,
The
they're
little
slightly
one
larger.
will go away, and the little one will be replaced by a little bit larger case tractor.
But is there not some use to the little one, exclusively?
so the little one right now does not have a loader on it. All it's basically used is we pay that $4,000 a year for 200 hours a year of mowing, and that's it. Basically, it's a lawnmower. So the case that we're getting has a loader on it, so if we have to load trucks, or we have to, it's small enough we can still use the cemetery. I mean, the little one is nice, but the only thing we use it for literally is mowing.
Right, but my understanding, we got rid of the bigger one to get the littler one because the bigger one tipped and we needed the littler one to accomplish the mowing.
I don't know what, so the little one we have now, they replaced the flail mower the year before I started.
The bigger one that you're thinking of was the one before the big one that we
Right.
got now, which was
Right.
bigger than that.
So the big one now is smaller than the big one, so it won't tip.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm happy. Thank you.
But the mower part will be just fine.
Okay.
We'll be okay.
As long as you
This is-
understand my concern and
Yeah,
you've addressed
this
it,
gets
so I'm
it, yeah.
okay.
This
I mean, you
gets
can,
at
you
it
can
plus.
drive it over, you can take it out and tip it over if you want to.
I do not care to do that.
But that's
People
not,
do not realize how dangerous farming is, and
but the tractor should not be an issue.
Got it.
That would be an operator issue.
So
Well,
did you
hopefully you get more use out of this
Well, that's, and I'm,
smaller, big one.
so that's the other thing is more use and we can use it for more things. And then also, when we do replace the next one, I'm gonna make it more of a mower only tractor, but a bigger mower for mowing. Eventually, we can't reach the back of the ditches with our mower, farm mower. So down the road, that's our next. So when we get that, we can't have a loader on that tractor because the mower will mount to the mid portion of the tractor instead of the rear. So if we get this one with the loader now, then we have the loader. I always want to have at least two loaders. We got a wheel loader you guys purchased last year. And then we have this one to help either the cemeteries or whatever, then when we replace the bigger John Deere, we're not down a loader.
So,
My only question was, it was the same price or it was,
So the tractor, this tractor is more than, because it's bigger,
right, more than the small,
more than the small one,
but
but
how
it's-
much more?
this tractor's 20, it's on that, it's like 21,000. The John Deere was 4, but the John Deere equivalent to it was 38. The John Deere, apples to apples, the John Deere was more.
and we're looking at Sourcewell as the supplier, going at it that way, because that saves us some money. And, the expectation is we keep the case tractor for a long time. It's not,
understood.
it's not.
Yeah, we're not doing it every year anymore.
No.
So when that becomes economic feasible, we can always readdress it at that time.
Hmm.
So did you want to bring that forward tonight?
Yeah, I was going to. And the tractor supply, just for your information, is Maine Welker. Maine Welker is like Agro. And, Maine Welker is, this one's in Flame City. And, used to be Ag Advantage, I believe.
Yeah, Evolution.
That they've consolidated, just like John Deere has. But the price is, 21,714 for the tractor delivered.
Yeah, then there's on the front, on the front page, they gotta add, there's a remote to add. And I don't know if you want that cushion in there or not.
What do we need to make the motion for, Claudia, do you know? Have you looked at it?
I mean, what do you mean?
Do you want it for just the actual cost?
The purchase price for the tractor is 58. And I know with John Deere, we had to write a check for that, but then they wrote us a check back for the trade-in.
So I would do it.
Is this going through John Deere,
No, it's going through Bain Welker over here.
This is Maine Welker, it's,
but you're trading it in,
Trading in the John Deere that we have.
and who's giving the money for that? Bain Welker?
Bain Welker. Everything's going through Bain Welker. They're taking our trade in.
John Deere.
I think that we should do the higher amount because
Okay.
that's really, yeah, but that's really what we're paying. And we're getting paid back for the trade-in.
If we get, I mean, we may not see the money. If it's trading, we're not gonna see the money. So if I do a purchase order for 58,000, that's holding up 28,000 for nothing.
Yeah, but if they send you a check, then you got a problem for then and now. So I rather,
I can call Gabe and see real quick. So I know him.
Okay, do you
But-
want to come back to this? Or do you
yes,
wanna-
but in your resolution, I would recommend putting all this information so that the auditor knows what we did, or what Claudia's gonna do.
Okay, we can do it that way. That covers it. Don't worry about it, Jesse. We'll take care of it. Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we purchase a case 75C from a tractor from Bain Welker in the amount of $58,714 plus $2,500 for a third remote, and having a 10% contingency of $6,121.40, and a $37,000 trade-in price for a expected net total of $30,355.40.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bowler, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. So were you, just for clarification, we are appropriating $30,000, $30,335.40. Okay, please call roll.
Sorry, Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
This has requisitions. Is there another requisition?
Well, I wasn't sure, do you want, because I brought it up to him late, I wasn't sure if you, do you want to talk about it later, or do you want to hold off on it later?
I'd rather wait till, next year to get that straightened out. I
Okay,
really would.
okay.
But it's in the budget for next year.
It can be, yes, I haven't, we've got to finish our budget for next year.
I do have questions about you guys' budget. Wanted to make certain, like, so for next year, what all have you guys put in from the building maintenance perspective? Have you guys?
Building, as in the new building?
Yeah.
I haven't touched it, I haven't done anything with the building, but I just was trying to do the salt.
So you did the maintenance?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the building, I wasn't sure, I don't know where he's at with, I know he's talked to him, but I don't know how we would go about doing it.
That's an action item for me.
We were pretty well bursting at the seams, so I wanted, if we had a large expense anticipated to start next year, whether that be the concrete only, or whether that be the building and moving, I'd like to get that in the budget if possible. So you don't have to have all the answers, but if we need to allocate some funds before the,
Well, I'd like to allocate it all, because I'd like to have this built.
Um,
But I don't want to spend money that hasn't been allocated.
I agree with that.
So I want to allocate it. But I do have a question about some of the other things he said.
Okay.
It'll be a budget item, I'll make sure that it's this one.
Okay.
So you talked about salt. So what are you planning to put in the budget for salt?
I'm going to see, I haven't got county prices yet, so I'm waiting to see what the county prices are, and I was going to add about 25% over what we use just for the roads.
So are we going to have it delivered here?
So that is up to the county right now. Ron and I talked about having us as a drop-off point again, but the county has to approve that since we're going through their contract.
So
That's something I've got on my list to talk to them about for the next year, but I can't answer that either way because I don't know what the county's.
So it's probably too late to consider what I'm gonna ask, but some of the other townships don't go through the county. And I wondered if, in the future, if we might wanna go in with those townships to have it delivered here, plus some at the county, so that, because the year there was no salt.
Oh, yes.
And so that was a bad year for everybody. And I don't want to get in that situation. Plus, going to the salt farm up in Delaware might make more sense for the northern part of the township and less so for the southern. So it might be good to have both.
Right. Because the other thing I'm trying to get is them to let us start using out of Berkshire again.
Yeah, but I thought they said no to that.
So they said no to that, but I'm getting them to maybe come back around to letting us possibly use it again.
So does Berkshire use?
Yes, the county loads them.
So they know how much it weighs. So
I'm not going to go on the record. I'll talk to you off the record.
sometimes wise. Yes, got it.
And there's been some change in the county management that will make things a little bit different there.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I didn't like was the salt not being put in through a sling, and so, I don't want it hauled here and then dumped, as opposed to,
Slum.
And let me also say that, I haven't found a township yet that likes dealing with going to the county to get it, because when they need the salt, there isn't anybody there to get it for them. And so it works out that way.
Do you know what other companies are used, what other townships use?
I know Concord does their own thing.
Concord.
So I gotta talk to them about something else anyway, so I'll talk to them about that.
Even still, yeah, it might just be good to compare prices and benefits and have that as a backup.
Well, and see, it would be good to have a comparison of prices, because we can go in on a bid that somebody else has bid in another township. And sometimes county's cheaper and sometimes it's based on what happened the year before, which really has nothing to do with pricing in reality. So if we always do the county, sometimes we're getting a super deal and sometimes we're getting messed over. So why not get the super deal both times? Plus, if we get it slung in versus not.
Do we want to keep ice as an agenda, or salt as an agenda item for follow-up?
And yeah, because I gotta talk to Concord anyway about some other things and then.
Can you
I think
add
Orange
that
does their own
as salt
thing.
procurement to the next agenda? Because we don't know when we're gonna get that first.
Let me say that dealing with salt and us being the primary vendor of it is a nightmare.
Yeah, that, you notice I mentioned going in with another township who's doing all that. And
It's-
then they might want us to go in with them because they get a better deal because we're going in. I'm not saying going alone.
You know, it's a scary proposition.
Yes.
And because we're only hitting 600 tons, and that's usually what we'll take is 600 tons, we're a real little vendor, right? A little real user of the salt. The state's a 1.2 million or something like that tons. It's a whole different deal.
Great.
And just being able to get the delivery, so if you have snowstorm that hit real quick, it ends up, it's not like that.
Yeah, well, the converse is also a problem. If you have no snow and no place to put it, and you have to pay for it anyway.
Yeah,
So, I mean, because county got in that situation too.
and we were looking at, they were telling us we had to take the salt and move on, and we were looking at how we were gonna put it in the parking lot where we could buy a big truck and cover it up with it.
So, I mean, I'd rather have too much than not enough, but I don't want to have too much.
You want just right.
Just right, yes. Okay, 2023 final payment approval.
Everything is done, we're just waiting on the county to submit. You guys turned in the acceptance, so we're just waiting on them. So I guess eventually we'll be getting a bill to be approved.
Before the end of the year, so she can close the books?
We didn't get it last year like January, February, right? Of this year. It was late. It wasn't.
So we need to allocate money if we can't get it in the.
Well, how does that work? Because we already had it allocated.
She has to carry over the PO and giving her a nightmare, she's not gonna be happy with it.
I can't control the county.
All right.
But you got her.
That's what mine was doing, and then it went to another.
Well, then we need to get it in. So we approved it, but we never got the final amount.
Correct.
I mean, she can deal with it, it's just a nightmare,
Yeah,
but she can deal.
but could we at least, can they give us a ballpark so we?
I'll ask Wednesday and see, because we're going that.
Yeah. You're gonna be hitting them up, it's supposed to be a network luncheon.
Oh, yeah, don't worry, because we're gonna talk about 3Ds and a couple other things while
All
we're
right,
there.
sounds
He
good.
already had it planned.
Good, all right.
I said we might do breakfast and lunch at the rate.
Yes, sir. All right, 2024 road improvement plan?
The only thing we have on it is we talked about doing chip seal in Summerwood. I think, because we looked at doing smaller stones, so it wouldn't be as big of a issue. And some of the other townships have done smaller stone with chip seal. And Doug doesn't recommend it because of they're having bleeding issues where the tar comes up, like when you get to hot days. So I think we're going to hold off on Summerwood and I'm still going to do, one over here, Devonshire and Red Robin, those, and see how it goes before we get into doing Summerwood.
With the smaller stones?
No, we're still gonna stick with the big stone, because
So it's just like,
it'll be regular chip seal
well, we
fall.
know how that'll do.
So I guess if we don't get a lot of complaints over there, then we can move up to the higher.
The only thing different is the black stuff we're
Yeah,
putting
but
on
it's gonna
top.
say,
You
Yeah,
know,
the fog seal.
fog seal.
So that's the only thing that we're really analyzing that's different?
No, I just
Are
want
we
to see
doing the
how.
fog seal on that?
Yes, we're doing fog. The only thing I was just wanting to see how the residents take to having,
well, not
because it's
just
a,
that, I mean, if it bleeds.
well,
that's a
that won't
serious
bleed as
concern.
glad, because we're using the big stone.
Yeah.
That's normal, but the small stone is where you got to worry. Yeah, so basically,
We
I
deal,
don't like swinging. I don't like swinging.
we deal with the bleed through all the time. The bleed through we get with, every time we use chip seal. And what we do is we go out and spread it, and it's in July, August, when the solder that comes in the sun burn out, and that's when you get the bleed through. We'll go out and put more gravel on.
but it's a lot worse
We've done that
smaller
since
stone.
I was 0 years old.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it makes sense for swinging. I don't know that it makes sense for Summerwood, Red Robin, and some of these other areas. And I don't know that we should use whether or not residents complain about it or not as our criteria. I think what we should use is whether or not we think that we're putting down quality product for good value that is.
So that is it, but the negative, the main negative with it is the complaints.
No, it's not the complaints, it's the actual issues that then cause the complaints. So.
It's
I
a
mean,
side effect.
Yes, the complaints are a side effect, but it's important to understand that those complaints are actually real issues with chip and seal. And so if real issues are occurring, it doesn't matter about the complaints, it matters about the remedy.
So it's a cost benefit analysis is really what you're
That's
saying.
right. That's right.
That's what I'm going after. It's a cheaper fix and it does work, but the problem, the cost, doing the cheaper cost is the higher complaints.
So
The
really
state
what,
still
so
uses-
here's what I really think the issue is that short term, it's sort of unpleasant. But after it's set, it's fine. It's that first 3 weeks that people are not happy. There's dust, there's some things like that, and,
And that's where the fog seal helps, gets rid of the dust and takes care of that. In Summerwood what we're trying to do is, it's got some cracking, and we were looking to seal the cracks. And chip and seal does that better than anything. Really better than blacktop. Because of the tar going down, it's
Right.
more tar.
it makes sense. Now, here's a question, I don't really want to do it, but question. So you do the chip and seal, and then the following,
You have that as an option. I know what you're gonna say, pave over top of
you know,
it. You have that as an option.
That,
So that's why I was wanting to do half the area, then if we do have to pave over the top of it. I don't want to, that's not the plan, but that is a remedy.
so you could say to the
that
residents,
satisfies me.
so you could say to the residents, the reason we did it was so that the road will last longer when we is it a 40, what's the top of the 40?
The top, 404.
404, and we're gonna put a 404 on top of it, which is what they have now.
Yeah.
But yes, because basically what the chip
Because
seal.
people want a reason why,
Well, yeah, and not just, we don't wanna
that's cheaper.
pay costs.
But
But-
if they're saying, we're making the road structurally stronger in the long term.
Which if chip and seal does that better for cracks, and then you
Yes.
can put the 404 seal over it, that makes sense to me. Now, if we don't need it, that's fine, but if we do need it,
The option's always there. It
the
doesn't
option
throw,
is there.
yes,
And we would pursue that if
Yes.
necessary.
And
Well, we
there's
decided-
another,
yes.
Yeah.
there's another
We would
option.
decide whether or not to pursue that, that's fair.
There's another option, which is micro seal, and I'm not a big fan of micro seal, and I don't believe Jessica's a big fan of micro seal.
I thought you used to be.
Yeah,
It has been used before, finding is that it doesn't do a good job of staying there, and it has a tendency to move, especially when you got a lot of traffic on it. Now, some of the township subdivision roads is one thing, township arterial roads. is
So you're
another.
saying that it's a good application for certain roads, but not,
Maybe, we know for certain roads, it's not a good application.
okay.
We're not sure that it's a good application even for certain roads, so we're trying to figure that out.
It's one of them I'd like to maybe try on a couple and see what happens, but it'd be like on a cul-de-sac road or something that's not,
Well, talking about cul-de-sac roads,
yes, sir.
I'm not pleased with some of these new developments that are being put out there because those cul-de-sacs are not structurally sound. Have you been to the, Pyatt Reserve, is it called Pyatt Reserve?
Where's it at?
Next to Gregory Road and Cheshire Road. What is that called?
I don't know.
Pyatt Reserve.
Pie Preserve West,
Yes, yeah.
where they're starting to build now, where they're coming
Well,
down.
there's one house on that cul-de-sac and there's like this hole in the middle of that cul-de-sac and it looks like a sinkhole. Well, I don't know. I'm not-
How long ago was you over there? I'm just, how long ago was you over? Because they fixed it here recently.
10 days ago.
Unless it come back, they fixed, because they
Well,
have.
see, it looks like it has been patched and it's just down again, so it's gonna continue. And that's what I don't want them to do is turn over that.
So, right, so when that comes up to final inspection, that'll be, I mean, that'll be one of the things they'll have to, because there's a bunch of curb and everything else that they've already trashed, ain't even close to being over there.
Yeah.
So it will be, it'll have to be fixed.
Okay, and just talking about just general developments, the Berlin Farms, those signs, every week there's another one down, the street signs. I don't.
On east or west.
Berlin Farms, it's not a west. I mean, it doesn't have east in the name, it's just. Berlin
Oh, you're
Farms,
talking the actual,
where they're building houses.
It's on the east, but east isn't in the name.
gotcha.
It's just Berlin Farm, and then there's Berlin Farms West.
So continually.
So I
I
guess
don't know if
my,
there's one standing still.
my view on that is it's under their control for, MI's control for a year. Then we go in with the county and they send an invitation. I usually send it out to you guys if you want to come to do the final inspection. So all those will have to be fixed. Whatever they hit now is on them.
Please do send that to us.
I sent, the last one we did, I sent, we've only done one since I've been here, two since I've been here. But I did send both of those out, if anyone.
If you could title it road inspection invitation or something like that, so it strikes me.
Do you remember receiving it? I don't remember.
But it didn't stick to me. Oh, I need to go to this.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, thank you. That's great.
Because I wasn't sure how that worked, if all three of you wanted to go, if we would have to, I sent it out, but I wasn't sure
You
how.
just can't speak.
Gotcha.
so I don't have a problem if one of us is there. I don't have to be there. I
Yes,
just want one of us to be there. And probably Ron would be the best person because he knows the stuff. But if you can't go, then I'd be interested in going. Then, if the road inspection happens, and before the commissioners turn the roads over to us, something happens, will you get in contact with the engineer's office so it's remedied before it is turned over?
We've already went through that on Pike Preserve East. And so, yes, they fixed everything up until the day it was turned over. Because where they're adding on over here, this Pulte, they're using that as a parking lot over there on Pike's Preserve East, and they've already hit two signs. Before it got turned over, they did fix them.
Yeah.
Okay, after the inspection?
Yes.
Okay, so the question goes to, we know they're building the houses, they hit the signs after they're turned over to us. Do we ask them to fix it or do we have to fix it?
So it would either, if we can prove who hit it, it'd be just like an accident, since it's a public road. So if you can prove who hit it, or if there's an accident report, you tie it to that. If not, it would be
So what in Berlin Farms has been turned over to us?
not even Rolls and Pike.
Okay, because there is mud like crazy over there.
So
And-
that's up there in Berlin Station coming out close to his house. There's been that driveway that's better now since they put concrete, the reinforced concrete places in it. But they've been dragging mud out, and I bet you I have voicemails 10 or 11 times.
Mhm.
And all I can do is just turn it over to Dan Jennings because it's their contractor putting the mud out.
It's hot, it's bad, and it's,
And it's gonna be
It's
bad over here
unacceptable.
on Tice Preserve East, where they're going, because there's the two connections that'll be to this one, I don't know if this is part of Main Meadows or not, that Pulte's doing their work on straight over here now.
okay. So
So,
a question I have then is, okay, I know after a year it's turned over to us, but are they public roads before they're turned over to us?
No, and this brought up
So they
something,
can block them all they want, even though there's residents that can't get to their house.
that's where this stick, and the other thing comes up is snow plowing. We went through this my first.
Well, I know snow plowing, they're responsible, but it's for the poor people who have moved in that cannot get to their house
Right.
because there's trucks on two different sections blocking them, and we have no say about that.
It's not a public road yet, so and that's where it gets, because that's why I was kind of wanting to sign for snow plowing, to say this road is still a private road, please contact the builder or the developer if for any issues inside this development until it becomes ours, because that's who they have to talk to.
And that's even true.
do you wanna move forward with that? Are you gonna do that for?
I asked and it didn't go nowhere last year. I'm not calling anyone.
Who did you ask?
I brought it up in here.
Okay. So are you just wanting money appropriated to get the sign?
I wanted to make sure I
As
had.
I recall, last year, you just said you wanted a statement to be put out.
Well, I said I'd like to put signs on the entrances also, and it was basically that they wasn't sure if they would pay attention.
So my
Let's
last
do it.
question, if I may. Gas tax is
Appropriated.
to us based on road mileage in like the first week of December. So, the last commissioners meeting is coming up before that. Is there any roads that, because oftentimes they do it the meeting after. Is there any
So
roads
we just
coming
got
up
some
that you
turned
can
over.
ask them to, because the commissioners don't really realize what they're doing. They just put it on whenever. Okay, so if we have a road coming in, if we could tell the commissioners, put it on the agenda Thursday, we'll get gas tax. If they wait till probably Monday, we won't.
The only roads I know, and what I found out dealing with this, and Ron helped me with some of this, is basically when the developer decides they want to turn the roads over, when it gets the steps. The only roads that are left, we've done final inspection on, that we have not got, is a small chunk of Berlin Manor behind Kathy's house.
Okay.
That's the only road. So we just got some roads turned over to us 2 weeks ago.
Gregory,
We did.
We got, Pyatt's East, all of Pyatt's East. We got Sycamore Trail.
That had a lot of holes in it too.
So Sycamore Trail is I don't know who makes the decisions on this. I kind of come into this game late on that one, but I guess that developer went bankrupt and they used the bond money and they fixed everything they could with the bond money. There's still some stuff left I'm trying to get the county to fix that we agreed to. They didn't even have a punch list meeting on it because it got turned over to the county. Soil and Water actually had to finish the seeding. And there's still some stuff on it that isn't.
But if they're not up to county standards, the county shouldn't be able to turn them over to us. It's just a county road.
And there was no, that road never had no final inspection or nothing.
So then they should not be able to turn it over to us. So call Tony on that.
we'll chat with the county first.
No, he said it's been turned over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it got turned over and there was,
Will the county still honor?
so they're supposed to when they get what's left is a few signs. It's nothing.
Well, whatever it is, but I'm worried about the holes in the road that when they patched them up, but that they're going to just it doesn't have a base on it.
That, I'm gonna have to talk to Doug about, because I don't know that, because they did all that basically off the bond money, and there was no bond money. They exhausted the bond money.
I understand.
All right, can we add Sycamore Trail to the next agenda, and can you follow up? Because if we do need to follow up, Tony, we certainly can, but I want to see what county will or will not commit to with respect to that road.
Very good, nice.
Gotta do good cop sometimes. So why don't we do that and keep that on the agenda item? Thank you.
You know, the only other roads we got turned over to us was in Piatt's Preserve West. We got the entrance and just a few of the beginning roads, part of Bell Grove, part of Ardendale Lane, but
Did
not
they
all.
send the resolution that this
So,
was passed and?
Yes,
Okay, did it come
Did
to
they
us?
send it already? I haven't gotten it.
Barb, hold on.
Can you just make certain that it gets forwarded to the trustees and,
Yeah.
and that goes to,
Fiscal office.
fiscal office as well?
You know,
So, but as I recall, the board wanted to receive the resolution in which the roads were being turned over to us so that we can have documentation. So if it's not included in that email what the resolution was, if we can get that just for our own historical records and be able to keep accurate.
A couple more minor things.
Okay, brief minor things for roads.
First one was, that was the reason that we wrote the article in the newsletter about turning the roads over and that sort of stuff. It's just what Jesse was talking about.
Yeah,
So that's.
we addressed it last year. Oh, I think a lot of people read the newsletter. We addressed it last year with the newsletter. I think it would be appropriate to potentially have signs, especially outside of
Well, because the problem is,
Berlin Farm and.
they're new residents, they have a new house. They haven't read the newsletter because they're new to the township.
So Jesse, maybe you could ask the builder if they're amenable to have a sign out there so that there's clear expectations. Because I really don't like the idea of residents calling and being not informed and then potentially not hearing back from the township because township's called the
Well,
builder
because
and
the
the
other,
builder's not doing
the
their
other
job.
thing I was talking about last year, if we could get, like, when these developments go in, like, I know they have some contacts, but I guess have a list of contacts who we can tell these residents to call when they need snow plowing or need something done. It had to be on the zoning end, but I've given out a couple generic, like D.R. Horton and stuff like that I have, but I don't know that I was sending them to the right people.
Yeah,
Well-
maybe we should have that in our zoning resolution that they have to.
Provide a contact. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Or make them post roads that they're not township owned until the sign is down. I mean, because
Right.
that was what I was proposing back then, was making it in the zoning. That way, we made the contractors and developers pay for it. And then they could also customize the sign with any number or name they want to put on it. And that wouldn't be our.
I don't like having different road signage according to developers.
No, we can have a standard.
Were you saying that?
We could have a standard, but make them make the sign, because like, so that way it would have whoever they want as contact information, X, Y, and Z, and their number would have to be, then they'd be responsible for maintaining the sign if the number changed.
Well, they would only maintain the sign though, as long as they had control of the development.
That's the only time it needs to be up, because once the road's turned over to us, it'd
And
be,
it should come down.
Yeah.
But the issue is when it's part of the
That's
road.
all your problem.
we just have to keep it at phase lines. I mean, you just have to tell them at every phase line as it got, wherever they want to turn the road over, they have to delineate what's theirs and what's.
Well, what they have to delineate is what is theirs. They don't have to delineate what is not theirs. 'Cause what's not theirs is ours, and we're responsible for, so we're responsible for. It's what we're worried about is the part that we're not allowed to really use it to. We're not allowed to snowplow that.
Right.
I think residents don't realize that. You know, it's not a choice that we don't,
Well,
but we're not
We
allowed
cannot, yeah, we
What I would
shall.
suggest is we put up township maintenance ends signs.
to. Well, we could do that, but I like.
Yeah.
I like this approach. Jesse, can you follow up with Jay to make certain that it's reflected in our zoning resolution updates?
I sent that to you, Claudia, on what roads they just turned over.
All right, we really must move on from
Well, I have
roads.
one question. Did the 2024 road improvement program get sent out because it was due November 10th?
Yes, it got sent out except for the revisions, because Doug and I are still talking about that we took off Summerwood. They have it, but we're still revising it. They know about it.
Can I get copies of it, please?
Anything major that we must talk about with roads?
One more little thing, which is on Berlin Station Road, across from Jeff's house. There's a development that's coming in the new road. It's at where Steve's yard was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jordan Crossing?
Pardon?
No, he's talking about Berlin Farms West.
Oh, okay.
I don't know the development name, but anyhow, there. And Dan came and told us that the water backed up and went into the church's parking lot. Okay, doesn't flow
They
there.
do all the time.
And what it is there's no culvert. We checked the drawings didn't call for culvert. This was set up today, we'll talk to them about it on Wednesday.
And that's not a big rain even.
Pardon?
And that's not even with a big rain.
Oh, it's hardly rained at all. And the thing is, that will become a township road someday. And, but it's attaching to a county road right now, and it's a county project, but we gotta figure out how to get that fixed. The other part of it I don't know is, they've got plans to widen, plans to widen the road along there, Berlin Station. The county does, and I don't know whether that plays into it at all or not. But there's an issue there with, gravel, where you can drive in on the gravel, but, and they're doing that sort of thing, but there's no culvert underneath it there. Where the ditch was, fill the ditch in with gravel.
Well, whose bright idea is that? Was that the county's?
The county approved drawings
Well,
that they built. Now, it's the developer's idea to save the money.
well, I understand that, but the county approved it. That's
That's bad, yeah. So anyhow, we gotta be careful with that, get that, but just let you know that that's there, because they can send all. But money,
but right now we'll send them to the county. So when that township road comes in, then we're gonna have to go.
Um,
it'll be our problem.
is the county aware that this is an issue?
We've left them a message about all of this.
Could we, you or Jesse send them, document, because I want it in writing, that we're acknowledging that this is an issue well with the counties in case it comes back somehow and falls off radars or something. Could maybe one of you write a summary of what's going on over there with the church, and then just CC the trustees on it?
And then if it continues before they mitigate it, take pictures and send that too.
That'd be fantastic. Okay, all right, wow, good. Lots of good stuff with roads. Thank you, Jesse.
Need me for anything else?
You're welcome to stay.
I've just been requested to try and get home to watch the rest of Rudolph.
Oh, joy. Okay.
Tomorrow.
Yep, have a good evening all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we're gonna go back up to item 6, fiscal officer items. Keeping a slow and steady pace this evening, so hopefully we can pick it up on a couple of these others.
Oh,
What do we have? Check approval list
yes.
dated.
So I
second.
move that we approve, are all these checks here, are there anything missing?
Those are all the checks that were.
So I move
Everything
that
on my computer.
we approve payment advice number 31706 through 32088 for an amount of $984,795.34.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Thank you for doing this. It wasn't too much, was it?
No, and I do one every time I do checks. Every week I do checks. So I have one.
So let's just add it because it'll make Tony happy.
Further discussion? Please go roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. I actually like seeing this too. Well, some of them are. Did you want to check it out, Rob? Or trustee Bowler? Did you want to see it?
Send them all.
Um,
I looked down
Okay, rescheduling the 2024 organizational meeting, so we had advertised the meeting, for January 1st. The reasoning being that we were uncertain at the time of scheduling the meeting as to what the board makeup would be, given that we do have the same board members as last year. Would we like to reschedule now for the 27th? I believe we have a meeting already scheduled for, so we do back to back.
Yeah, it's just usually the end of the
Oh,
year meeting,
so it's-
which
To
is,
be the end of the year, and then we move into the organizational.
So it's the same day.
It would be the same day.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a problem with that, because I'm over here.
It would be a very long day.
It always is.
This one might break a record, I'm just saying.
No, I don't think we can go that far.
Okay.
27th should be.
Okay, so what's the current time for the 27th meeting?
I think it's 7 o'clock.
7?
Yeah.
Do we want to try to do the organizational meeting earlier? Or we want to do the end of the year before the organizational, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, it's set for 5:30. What was I thinking?
okay, so do we want to set a date, time certain, or do we want to just say the organizational meeting to immediately follow the end of year meeting?
Then immediately follow the end of your meeting.
Okay,
I mean, if you think it's gonna be hours long, I'd rather move it up a little bit.
yeah,
But then you gotta move the end of the year one too.
I'm gonna do a legal ad anyway, so.
I don't care.
do you have any preference?
I just assume move it up, and get it over with.
Both, so move up the end of the meeting, end of year meeting, and then organizational meeting to immediately follow. So would 4 PM be,
That works fine.
The whole day is free, so whatever. you want.
bring a snack, bring your dinner.
I already did.
Okay, all right, move to reschedule the end of year meeting, from December 27th at 5:30 PM at 3271 Cheshire Road to 4 PM, on the 27th at 3271 Cheshire Road.
You want to do the organizational in this thing.
If everyone,
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. I want to do them separate.
okay,
Please call roll.
Bullard,
yes,
O'Brien,
Yes,
Rail.
Yes. I like clean resolutions where it's just one.
go for it.
Okay. All right, move to reschedule the organizational meeting from January 1st to December 27th, 3271, immediately following the end of year meeting.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
yes.
Okay, so the only other item on that is that we need to make sure that we re-advertise these.
So you want to cancel the one in January?
I rescheduled the one in January to that one.
Okay.
To the 27th.
Knowing us, we may continue it. I said, knowing us, we may continue it.
Yeah. We have the handbook to discuss, I'm just saying. We can only delay that for so long when we're waiting for a collective.
Oh, we can delay it.
Um,
Oh, I don't know that on the 27th, we have collective bargaining.
it's unfortunate.
I bet we know the first,
Well,
because the way the calendar works.
mhm. Well, if we need to schedule a special meeting for that, we can discuss, but. 2024 budget, okay, so budget items need to be in everything by December 7th, December 8th. Okay.
Can you give us a time? 5 p.m.? I like a deadline.
You know me, I like morning, so 10 a.m.
Yeah, there you go.
I just like a deadline so that I can tell, gee, this is,
10
got
a.m.
it.
I just wanted to, so I don't know if you guys have worked through your budgets yet.
We've been working on it.
Okay, is there anything that stands out to you as major items you would want to make certain that?
Well, I have included for the fire department, the fiber.
Okay,
And so
okay.
that needs to, the other half needs to happen for the township, and I don't know who will put that in for the township. I don't know if you do that for this building.
I can. What was
So-
that total cost?
So, 42,500. Now, I will forward you, do you want me to discuss the fiber at all? No, I'm trying to jump in topics.
Let's just stick to budget right now. If it's 42K total or 42K?
42,500,
42.5 for our half or total?
our half.
Okay, and that should go in building maintenance.
Well, the building, maintenance, but the
The
building
building budget,
category, yeah.
yeah.
I don't know if there's another item in, but yes, building.
Okay, the other items with building would be, we have a major storage situation going on in the trustee's office. And while I'm delighted that the desk had been gotten rid of, and I presume did not disintegrate in the office, we have a major storage issue. And so as we're thinking about bringing on the township administrator as well, I think that we need to look at 3 proper working stations with ample storage, potentially going quite high above a desk to be able to.
3 or 4.
Well, the thing about it is I think that room can only properly hold 3 unless we do something with the photocopier or we do something with the chalkboard.
The chalkboard used to be out here. It's a memory from Bowman School.
Mhm.
So usefulness, but it's a,
Historical item.
yes.
Well, I like it. It's just, we have a lot of things that take up a lot of room in there, and I think we need to address it with a storage solution if we're not going to get the, additional storage building necessary.
Understood, but I'm just saying, why would we get 3 workstations? Because there's 3 trustees and an administrator.
Mhm, mhm. Well, right now, we have 0 stations, and it's not a problem for the trustees. So my thinking was the administrator would actually get a permanent desk in the back of that area. And then, the
I'm just
cemetery can have another one, and then the 3 trustees have
Okay,
one.
I understand. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I would love for the trustees to all get the
No,
individual
I-
station, but I don't think it's necessary.
I didn't understand the number.
So we all would have one shared, but what I would like is I would like for us all have proper locking, covered area or whatever. And have that space, and then we can all come in. And then the cemetery clearly needs something done with its corner right now. And then, the township administrator could have the corner where the prior desk was. So all that to say, I think, I looked up some pricing for it. I think it would be somewhere between probably 15 to 20,000 potentially if we got the higher end, storage solutions. I think I could get it down to about 9, but it just depends.
My thought tends to be that when you go cheap,
You get cheap.
you get cheap and it doesn't last, and you wind up buying what you really should have bought in the first place.
Okay, then I would want about 15 to 20,000 for that room to be able to get it really nicely stored away, on the presumption that if we can find a cheaper solution that we actually implement, that would be ideal.
Do you want a resolution to provide that?
No, I'm gonna put it in the budget, but I wanted you guys to know so that you guys weren't surprised
So I
when.
put 20 for the
So we'll do 20 for the budget with respect to the building, and let's call it the storage solutions, because we also have some things in the furnace room, some things over here.
Yes, and
some
I'd
things
like
that
to
need
get a
be
little bit
addressed.
out of there with the fiber coming into there.
Yeah, that's an opportunity that we should look at for sure. Which you had mentioned last time.
Mhm.
So, it's just we don't have any other location for it right now. Okay, so, we have 42.5 for the fiber, for the building, Claudia, for budget, and then 20,000.
Telling me all this now, but I gotta write this all down.
2 things.
I thought you would give me a list.
Well,
Okay,
I
what
don't
is
want you to be surprised.
Fiber,
I can send the list certainly.
So fiber includes the fiber, but it also includes the, switch. So I don't know if you will take that out of 2 different funds or not, but
That's a good point.
well, this was supposed to be between, wasn't part of it?
no, they'll give you another one.
Oh.
Theirs is going to be, about 47,000. No,
No,
37,000.
yeah. This was a little less because they have the, okay,
They need a bigger switch because they have more phones.
any other budget items that we should know about before it gets turned into Claudia as far as big ticket items for next year? So the storage building is a big one to me, and how we're gonna
I
solve
get that,
that.
I'll get that to Claudia before the next day or so.
Just send me your lists. That way I have them in writing.
Should we potentially allocate funds for the unauthorized cellular tower litigation in advance?
Well, maybe what we should do is allocate for legal expenses because there may be other items.
Yeah,
I always have money in,
well, but probably not as much money as we ended up
Right.
using.
But, we used quite a bit for the jet and we used quite a bit for the TIF.
Well, and next year, I already mentioned, which I'll update you on later, but we have the zoning resolution we want to potentially have reviewed.
So I think you should allocate money for that.
All right,
But I wouldn't limit it to.
just litigation.
And we're gonna,
Well,
No,
outside,
outside counsel, yes.
we're gonna have every bit as much on the jet and tip next year as we had this year,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
if not more.
I hope not, but okay.
I mean, it won't be the same thing, it's gonna be different stuff, but we got a lot of things to put in place.
Sure.
I mean,
Well, and if the union doesn't settle this year, then we'll have litigation expenses, well, not litigation, outside counsel for union as well. And every stage that goes further is more expensive than the last stage. It requires more prep.
understood.
We haven't started getting those letters yet, which says we're trying to keep our costs down, we really done a good job this year, but prices going up next year.
Okay, I'll throw out the number on that in the budget. Anything else potentially in the budget? Claudia, do you need a technology budget? I don't anticipate any additional costs outside of fiber, but do you want me to provide you with the cost based on the monthly amount that we pay for IT?
no, I have.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I don't think they're going up, are they?
No, they're not going up. In fact, I might try to negotiate them down. And then, parks and trails, pretty much the only thing that we didn't have budgeted last year was the, I think, cost of the emails, the licenses, and the, notification of the meetings.
I had that.
You had that? Okay.
I don't think they did very much.
Well, what we did was, what happened was they established all their meetings, so it was just one advertisement.
And that's what they should do.
Yeah, and they did that for
And
this.
then they can cancel if they need to. You don't have to advertise cancellation, you have to advertise if they haven't had it advertised.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it has to be noticed, not advertised.
Okay. Anything else for budget? All right. Skipping down to 9, here we go.
We're moving fast tonight.
Evergreen sign. Okay,
We're still working on it, that's all I can say.
well, no, I thought we had what we had. We had what we needed. Did you guys see? You guys see?
I saw something, but I don't know, is that?
So I
conclusive?
initiated with the 2 companies that we have received a quote from. I asked for the exact same thing from both companies. And the gentleman from Holman, right, Snyder.
Jan, or the.
It is pronounced Jan,
Really?
yeah. Gentleman called me from Jan, invited me to come out and was gonna give me the big tour of the facility to see about the stone. Indicated that if we don't want the The stone that needs to be imported from Africa, that is black. If we want the stone that comes from Pennsylvania, that is black, that would significantly alter the timeline.
Is it alter the cost
Does alter the cost as well.
significantly?
Did not send me what he said he would send me. So the other gentleman, I did not speak to on the phone. I did go back and forth with. And did you see the sketch that he came back with?
I think I did. But I don't remember the African discussion.
No, that was from Jane Monuments. It was a discussion that I had with Jane over the phone. So I think that we have the ability to take action on this, actually.
So are we discussing the Africa versus Pennsylvania one or the other one?
We're discussing the other one, the one that actually sent the quote first.
Can you refresh my memory when that was sent?
Okay, sure. This would be, go. This was, what's the gentleman's name?
Is it Mike Nieper?
Yes, from Snyder, is that from Snyder?
Yes,
Yeah. So this was,
because it's got the red annotations.
yes, November 16th.
Yes.
Jet black granite will be all polished, shiny. So this gentleman answered all the questions. We did apples to apples comparison, 48 by 96 by 10. So that was reflected as a change in the price. Then he sent the China gray granite, that would be potentially the stone underneath. And he sent, you see this, Ron? That was the revision.
That's fine,
Yes,
still want
I
a
like that.
foundation on it.
Yeah. This one,
So the China gray is the foundation. Is that this?
that's,
Well, those
Yeah, that's
stones are, what they do with those is put those on the ground. That's the way that works, but what we'll do is.
The foundation underneath it?
We use shorter stones and put a foundation in there. Put a foundation under it.
Okay,
Actually, we could put the foundation and bury it underground if we wanted to.
I like that. I think that would look nice.
But we definitely want a foundation under it.
so is this just an obverse versus reverse? One side and the other side?
Yes. Okay. Do you like it?
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it?
I never say okay when I'm not.
I guess sometimes it's okay. Trustee Board, what do you think?
Well,
Are you okay with the design in the quote?
it was nice fun.
Okay, so flat top jet black granite, all polished with silver lettering front and back, and gray granite notch supports including freight, $26,094.88. Setting, installation, and crane rental, $3,000. Total cost not included, sales tax if exempted is $29,094.88.
I would budget 50,000 for it.
That's a lot for incidentals.
That doesn't include foundation, doesn't include any landscaping around it, any of the stuff that we're gonna do.
Okay,
I mean, it's, hopefully we don't have
That's
to do
fair.
that, but I
No,
think
that's
that's a major piece. And that's the showy piece, but there's a lot of work to be done.
that's fair.
Otherwise,
Okay, so, Trustee Board, would you be comfortable with moving forward with this quote at this time and allocating the funds? Or do you want to wait on anything else?
I won't be at the next meeting, but I would like to take it up at the next meeting. I'd like to run it by Tim, tell him that's exactly what we're gonna do. Is that one, and go with it. I'm happy with it, but I would like to have Tim's agreement.
Okay. I would like
I'll send you a note on
okay, well,
that, after I talk with Tim.
no, have Tim send me a note. Actually, why don't I follow up with Tim so that I can just have the conversation directly with him?
Okay.
Say that we'd like to move forward with this and confirm his approval. So we'll have to have $50,000 budgeted for the sign for next year,
So, question.
the Evergreen Memorial sign.
So this quote is good for how long?
He said 30 days, but that will still work because we meet on, this was,
Okay, but what I'm wanting to know is appropriations. So if we appropriate money, you're gonna have to do a carryover, and you don't really wanna do that. So tell us what you want us to do in order to make this work.
So you're saying we have to order it this year, but they're not gonna get it done until next year?
That's gonna take at least a year.
no, it won't. They said, he said, this will be a custom order arriving in approximately 120 days once your order is confirmed.
Okay, that's different than the other one. The other quote was a year.
Yeah, Jane was a year because they quoted us with the black stone that came imported from Africa. But when they said, well, if you want the Pennsylvania stone, we can get it to you in 7 to 8 months, or significantly less than the original. I still think that that's too long. I didn't get the answers that I was looking for at the time, the frame that I was looking for, and I'm not even sure that they would come in any way cheaper anyway. So, because they were coming in at, what was it, 52 for the black initially?
I think so.
So I'm comfortable with moving forward with this product. This was one of the people Tim brought forward too. But the question is do we have to put half down now or pay for it all now, or what do you want to do?
Well, and see, what I don't wanna have happen is a then and now, you know, me and then and nows. That's my own concern, but I also don't wanna make you have to do a carryover. So,
The question is whether they want a down payment, or can we order it this year and wait to pay for it next year?
but isn't that a then and now?
Not if we do another one in January. If we make sure we put this back on the agenda for a January meeting to approve.
My thing is I want to get it in as soon as we are able to in the spring or something like that. So if it's about 120 days, then that's gonna be about 4 months. And I mean, it has the wrong name. It's a plywood sign. It really needs replaced anyway, but, the sooner that we can do it, the better to me. When do you think we could set the foundation and do that work?
We'll do that when we do the foundations for the, subtract, do the concrete.
Would that be like
May.
April, May?
We'll do it in May. That will be 5 months. Or actually 6 months from now, but that will get. You don't want.
We don't want to deliver it until that foundation is set.
But we want it to be ready.
Yes, but we don't want to deliver it, is
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Why don't I reach back out to this gentleman and say that there was general favorability, but due to the way that we do the budget, could we, place the order officially after the 1st? Is that what we could say?
That would be
Ideal?
ideal. Does it have to be after the first or
The
after
thing is,
the
we want to make
organization?
sure we get
Should
a
we
good
do
foundation.
organizational?
Yeah, because it's for, the organization's for next year, so.
So we could do,
As far as water goes,
we could do it at the organization, December 27th.
Okay.
we'll do the foundation so we can get a good foundation. I just want to make sure that we get a good foundation. I don't want to try to put some more, something like
Okay. I have my direction. I'm gonna reach out to Tim and then I'm gonna contact this gentleman
that. And
and then we'll plan to put in the
And
order.
ask if they want half down first.
Okay, ask how much, yeah.
If they want half down and we want to order it now, then we're just curious.
Let me ask one little thing. We've got people that have talked about wanting to donate some money for the sign. Is there someplace on there where we can engrave their names?
No. Not on the sign itself. What about, could we do something underneath like between the foundations and like around like a brick or something?
Whatever, this, I want it some way to be permanent, you know, this was partially paid for, or donations were received from these people. Or something of that nature. I think they deserve that, somebody put some money in.
So oftentimes what places do is gold membership, silver membership, you know,
I know,
so that they know.
this isn't that big, we're talking.
I mean, if you might get somebody who's willing to contribute $3,000 versus somebody $500, it's different. And it would be, I don't know, that's just an idea. I'm not really saying we should do it, but it's an idea.
Like the $500 gets you a shout out on our social media.
It's just the OSU, the size of your name on the side of the building, and how much money you give.
Yeah, I don't want to taint the sign because the sign is very simple, clean, nice. But I hear what you're saying, and I do agree. Maybe we do something either at the base or maybe we have something around,
Yeah, I agree, not
you
the
know,
sign itself.
like but we can think about that a little bit later. We won't alter the sign or the placement of the sign. But let's think
But
about
They
it.
could be donating towards the landscaping or something like
Mhm.
that, although they may not want to do that. Anyway.
Okay. Can you add evergreen sign donations to the next meeting? Could you follow up with Ken though about the donors who indicated that they would be willing to
We'll do
give
that.
money to the sign? Because I think that does make a difference. It's a little bit different if we've already paid for the sign and done all that work.
Part of the reason I was thinking, you know, engraving on the sign is one thing, which should probably gonna cost a whole lot, get another piece of granite, put it over there, that's gonna be, I don't wanna put more money in the market that says they gave money for the sign than you get for the, you know.
Yeah, but I don't want
Gotta be
to,
careful about that.
yeah, I don't want a stone. I was thinking more of a wood plaque kind of thing. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Let's brainstorm about that and come back to it.
Mhm.
Okay, SOP for resetting the headstone. So I'm getting the
I've talked to-
emails that.
I've talked to Tim about that, and, what we're going to do is we're revising the, cemetery rules to include, the headstone will be reset, but the headstone will be reset at the time that, makes sense to put it in, so we don't have to reset it. Again, what I told him was, we've got the fee for putting the, setting the stone in the grave opening fee. We'll use that at the time we set it in place. If somebody wants to put it in earlier than that, they pay a set fee for the, putting it like that. Because we're gonna have to tear it out and then put it in again. This is what's gonna happen. So, and if we take the first one and put it in there, we'll never get the money. Right, we're gonna be on, right, we're gonna fix.
Mhm.
So.
Sounds good to me.
Just make sure that's reflected somehow in the rules, and then the thing that I was gonna address was, you know, obviously there's a certain amount of time that you have to wait to let the soil settle and those kinds of things. I just wanted the rules to make it clear to those individuals that we are aware of the issue. We usually wait, you know, some amount of time, 6 months, 8 months, a year, whatever it is. But give them an approximation so that they're not sitting there thinking that we're just not doing anything, right? We're not doing anything because we really shouldn't be doing anything right now. And so making that clear within the rules, I think would be helpful.
And we would discourage them from doing it themselves, but if they want.
Yeah, right,
If
right,
they want to throw the money at, well,
right.
you got that kind of money.
And some people do. And they want That's okay. It's an informed decision they can make.
Yeah, and people can make that decision. The other thing we talked about, at one point, we talked about getting a container to go over there, a sheet container, a small one, to put things in, that would maybe make sense to get that and put the gravestones that we got that have been taken out and put them in it, store them in it, put them in there that way.
Great, so could you send the cemetery rules whenever you guys have a working draft over to the board for review?
Yeah, Tim and I are working on it. It's
Well, actually, it'd be really great if we could have them by the organizational meeting.
Mhm.
And then we could, or, you know, we could set up the rules with the organizational meeting. That'd be a good time.
Yeah, and we'll revise it at that point. We'll put, maybe we'll even go to 2 books, one for Cheshire Cemetery, one for over there.
Well, and where does Peach Blow fit in?
Well, Peaceville's
Inactive.
cemetery.
Yeah, but there has to be rules, because if somebody was exhumed or something like that.
Well, we've included it in the Cheshire
And
Cemetery.
that's okay, I'm just saying that it
Yeah,
needs to
yeah,
be
but,
included somewhere.
but the cemetery is, it's a closed cemetery, so it's not like.
I think it's highly unlikely, but if we don't have a rule, and somebody, you know.
So SOP
There was
rules,
a question I was gonna ask about that too. That I was watching the guy mow over there, and, cemetery's behind the church. And they appear to be mowing the whole area. And I don't know if they mow, if only just mows the cemetery or the whole lot. We gotta look at the contract again. So I was kind of taking a look at that, because I don't feel it's our job to mow their yard.
No,
we probably shouldn't be.
exactly.
Mhm.
And maybe they're doing it without really realizing they're not getting paid for it.
They don't keep them also.
Could you remove this item from the agenda, and have a note that trustee board will bring the revised rules to the organizational meeting? Cheshire Market violations, this is with respect to, a truck that has been parked there for a number of years. I think that, we probably need to initiate the violation and follow our zoning resolution procedures, providing 14-day notice, but, take action on this. I think it's warranted at this time. So I'm gonna reach out to Mr. Stucco and have a follow-up scheduled for the next meeting to address further as a board. Property behind Cheshire Market violations, similarly, but a little bit different, is we have some ongoing violations behind Cheshire Market with respect to, parked semis, potentially some landscaping issues, potentially some of the drainage issues we've discussed, potentially some of the uses, and have been in ongoing discussions with the property owners of that area. And I think we will want to talk about the potential of what actions or what pathways are available to the board if they persist. Hyatt Road Temple situation, we're gonna have Mr. Fowler potentially join us for the next meeting to address that. Pony snowplow contracts.
I'd like to go with it and, just put it in place.
Okay,
And then if we like them, we use them, we don't like them, we won't use them.
okay. Do we have a contract this time?
Yeah, there was a proposal. We got a proposal for the, it was $95 an hour. See if I can get it up. Go to the next one, I'll find it.
Well, it's right here, the fiscal officer has it. We might want to have a cap.
I was gonna say not to exceed maybe a certain number of hours so that we just have a anticipated. It's a little bit difficult because you can't quite predict the weather either,
Right,
but,
But we can always come back and, up it if we're getting close to it, but I think we need a cap.
okay, so, is there an intuitive amount, as far as cap hours, trustee Bowler, that you'd like to recommend so that we can, and then we can move forward on this to say $95 an hour, not to exceed some number of hours.
I was gonna say, let's budget 20K for it, and we'll use just what we need. Okay. 20K would be 200 hours,
Okay.
just a little over 200 hours.
Um,
210.
210. Like what? Okay. Do you want to bring forward the motion then? And then that would be not to exceed 210 hours, based on what you said.
Make a motion that we approve proposal number 2107 from Tony Lawn Care and Landscaping for part-time snow plowing and salt application with not to exceed 210 hours total for the year.
For the snow plowing year,
Pardon?
for the snow plowing year.
Friendly
Yeah,
amendment
it-
approved.
It covers both. I was just thinking if we had some need that we needed to, but it would be focused for snow plowing. Okay.
But I was just saying it can happen in 2023 and 2024.
For 23 and 24.
Friendly amendment.
I second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Thank you for doing this. I think that this will be a nice, substitute potentially.
Thank you.
Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Great. Moving along. Shannon Pike Hollenbeck agreement. So this is with respect to the agreement that we already approved, right? We approved this last meeting. We had it reviewed by the prosecutor. Everything was accepted. So I think we can remove this item from the agenda moving forward, and that lot is going to be slated to become a county road after we pay a bit of money and get it up to the speed with the improvements.
I think it would be a good deal for the township. And I think the county would do a great job on
I think they will as well. Jet updates, I don't have any,
it.
okay, yes, we did. Move to authorize trustee Bullard to execute, all documents associated with the Pony contract, approved proposal 2107.
I second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
I'm speaking with, I'm gonna attempt to get on the line with Joe Thomas. I believe that he was slated to speak with Sunbury on the 14th. And so, but I do have the notes that we discussed previously with respect to the JAB and moving forward with the JAB.
What's he here to do?
Joe Thomas? No. Not to my knowledge, not during the meeting. Okay. Thank you. Cheshire Road widening easements and fiber.
Okay, so I've been working with Mr. Stucker.
Oh, wonderful.
So it's a continuing.
Conversation.
Yes. So it is progressing slowly.
Good.
I think it's good. So he said that the agreement was satisfactory with the county commissioner's office,
Okay.
but the county engineer's office wanted to make a few changes.
What were those changes?
He said they wanted to, and they would get them to him, and when they get them to him, he would send them to us and to the commissioners.
Okay.
So
To you or to us?
he indicated me,
Okay.
but I'll forward it to you because not a big secret. I'm interested in what it is because I'm happy with it now. Now, I will also forward to you, the quote that I received from Gudenkauf. It is in excess of what the other quote was, H&H. And I find it unsatisfactory because, one, it's higher, but two, it takes it over the 75,000 limit. And yet they were quoting it based on prevailing wage.
Oh,
So you're giving us a quote that's useless? So, but one of the things that is useful in the quote is that there is a cost of hanging them on the telephone poles. As you are aware, there are some maintenance issues on hanging them on the telephone poles. Well, I call them telephone poles, they're really electric. And it doesn't include all the costs, but it is lower so that if for some reason H&H next year goes above the 75,000, we've got an alternative plan to go. But because if it goes over the 75,000, we have to do competitive bidding and we have to pay prevailing wages. It won't go over 75,000, it'll go over a lot. So we'll have a backup plan. At that point, it might be wise to go with the electric poles. But one of the costs not quoted is that electric company has this little thing. If the pole is not up to their standards, we have to buy them a new pole and hang all their stuff on. And so when Gudenkauf went down the line, they saw one that probably would have to be done. And the other one that would have to be done, it would be a very expensive one because there's everything hanging on it. And that's at the corner of Black Hill Estate and Cheshire Road. So I indicated, well, we don't really need it to go there. We could take it across, put up a single pole that really is only for the fiber to go across. And then we can trench or bore just a short way to get to that other telephone pole. Because I do not want to touch that telephone pole with a telephone. Yeah, so that's the update I have.
Interesting. Okay. Well, slow and steady. When's the race?
I intend to win this race.
All right, well, thank you for forwarding and not discussing and deliberating that information once you receive it. Okay, good update. Parks and Trails report. We had a lengthy discussion about, I think it was 5 major points in our last meeting. I had taken note and reflected all those back to the Parks and Trails Committee, who then sent it along to Morpsey. And I believe right now the discussion is whether or not we're going to have an addendum to the report, or if Morpsey is going to reflect those changes within the report. I indicated that one, and then reflect it within the report. And not a lot of answers, but agreement with the notion about public restroom access and those kinds of things. So more to come on that. But I feel that I got your feedback accurately reflected to the board. The advisory board took it and the feedback seriously, wanted to have it incorporated, so we'll see what comes out. Okay, annual reviews. I have scheduled the annual reviews with my folks. Just want to keep that on there and make certain that we're getting the annual reviews done. And then we'll plan to address any potential changes to the annual review process in the organizational meeting.
Okay, so for this year, we're just using the
Same process, same thing. But bring the feedbacks so that we can adjust the form as needed for this year going forward. And also, if we need to, you're gonna be gone on the 11th, you won't be in the 11th meeting, okay? We may want to have an executive session potentially to talk about any items in advance of performance reviews, if there's anything to talk about with respect to promotion, demotion,
Oh.
discipline, those kinds of things, so.
We
need
can't really
to-
talk about the reviews unless it's about promotion to motion.
Right. Yeah. That's, yeah. So if you have anything like that, we should talk about that probably on the 11th. I guess we could talk about it also on the 27th, but,
Understood.
okay. Handbook updates, I just have a couple of small ones, that, we can go through in the organizational meeting. But I don't really want to change the handbook, at the organizational meeting if we're not done with collective bargaining and not understanding where we're at with that. So we may want to delay the handbook, unfortunately, only this time around until January, February, and just make one change to the handbook and then start the process of the organizational meeting next year.
Understood.
Okay. This is easy, we're breezing through this. Township hall sign, okay, Kathy received quotes for the township hall sign, did you guys all receive those? Did anyone stand out, look, feel?
Well, I liked the one and I did not like the other.
Oh, well, that makes it easy. Assuming that
You
I like
agree.
where is that thing?
Oh, look bad.
There you go. Somebody have it. Do you have the quotes, Teresa,
Quotes.
the sign?
Have
Yeah,
all
that-
She has pictures.
Yeah,
Everything Kathy gave us.
yeah, I had it here. I don't know what happened to it. Okay. Let me do this first. All right, Ron, did you check out the sign designs? Were there any,
I saw
would you like to X any ones you don't want? Oh, there's these two as well. Which of these do you like the best?
I like that sign in that order.
Alright,
I mean,
okay.
it is,
Yeah, that's fine, that's okay. Alright, what about you?
That's what.
Just what do you want? What do you like? Okay, so he likes this border, that sun, this verbiage, the way that looks. This, that.
I don't like that border, but it might have one border of a white. I like the two.
Yes, you guys are killing me here. Okay. So what about,
What did you like?
well, I kind of liked this, but I could go either way. I wasn't gonna go
I
strong.
can go with either one, you know.
Well, so what about the white on the outside? How about that? One, you mean not having the white on the inside, just having the white on the
I don't care whether it's on the inside or the outside, but I want one.
outside? Okay.
The only thing I liked about it was the white, and it would tend to show up,
It would contrast nice.
So
and that was contrast.
if they're doing it, it seems to me like they should show you both ways, because it may not appear the way you think it will. You mean, you might like it on the inside, you might like it on the outside, because I can't.
I feel very confident I would like it on the outside. The reason for that is the lettering is white, and I don't like how close this white gets to that white.
Okay.
And I think that, very similar to, it's actually kind of similar to our situation with the zoning signs.
Okay.
And the white border allows for me to bring my eye to the inside of it. But if it's on the inside, then you're like, and then it takes you out, it's weird.
Well, maybe that's why I don't like on that.
Yeah, it kind of takes you in and then, yeah, it looks smaller.
Yeah, it definitely looks small. And I don't like
Okay.
that.
So let's do this.
Now, these guys don't recommend that we do that.
Yeah, so let's talk about that.
They don't recommend what?
But, no,
Yeah.
it says we're not guaranteed about anything.
Base size over 25 square feet is recommended to be pan-shaped. Customer is aware of risks and liabilities
What's
regarding flat bases on areas greater than 25 square feet, including but not limited to damage due to high winds and storms, face losing placement in retaining systems, etc.
So what do they want to do, make it like that?
They're recommending oval sign. That's what it says. If you get a better, you don't have to track.
So they're saying take that sign and trash it and
No,
start.
the one on top, the one on top.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to create that without changing the entire construction makeup.
Well, I bet if they did the bottom and made it 3 signs. No, I'm serious, because it's 3 signs.
I would like to challenge the assertion here that there is as much of a risk as this individual is indicating, because we've never had any issues, right, with the top of that
So it
sign.
sounds to me like they're just trying to weasel out of the guarantee. Because they know we're not gonna do what they recommend. Which makes me think they think it's not gonna, their product's not gonna work.
Well, they're not assuming any risk of cracking, breaking.
Yeah.
Sign effects is not responsible for damage to turf or driving on landscape, not responsible for any private underground utilities damage. I mean, it sounds like they have a lot of, things that they'd like to, plus they're coming in, how much further? They're coming in at, we have one quote here, assuming all risks and liabilities for $2,036. Then our quote that we're gonna likely go with, assuming we can get the white border on the outside, would be 1,009. And then the other quote, the one from Waterford, appears to be 375 plus 200, 575 plus 75, 650 plus 75, 725, this one.
So it's $1,500. So you get 2 of them.
No, it comes with both sides. I thought. Number of sets, 2. Yeah, it comes with both sides.
$700.
Let me look at this one. Oh, this will be $375 each. So this will be about $1,000 as well. So these two are about the same. This one's 2,000. Okay.
I
Good.
agree with that.
All right. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to,
I definitely like the look of this. I don't like,
well, but what I feel like is maybe this would be pixelated or something. Doesn't this kind of look pixelated or something?
there's, it looks
Something
blurry.
looks weird about it.
And this looks clean.
You okay with this? We'll go with this and see if they can do a white edging around it.
Do a white border. I just think that border looks good.
It blends in too much. It's sort of like the same issue with the gold and the black together.
I understand.
I like this side the best, but I just like that more.
Okay,
That's all.
this gives me something good to run on. So do we want to approve this tonight, or do you want to see the design on the whiteboard first?
You understand the situation, we'll come back and we'll have the same discussion. If you're happy with it, I'm
You
happy
guys
with
go
it.
with it, that's me, a surprise.
Well,
Well, we have to allocate the money.
You gotta get it done this year, remember?
I'm
We
willing,
got 2 weeks.
yeah, let's move on.
Okay, move to appropriate, $1,300 to, Key Blueprints, Inc., quote number 4111, with the expected amount of $1,009.86, minus the sales tax that's indicated on this quote of $70.46. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. I do understand. I think we're good. This would be we need something. It's looking,
Awful.
yeah, okay. Ms. Coral?
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Yes. This went fast compared.
So do you need one?
No, what it is we made a decision, that makes you think about that.
I guess it had been this one.
Do you need that?
Here's, just for comparison.
Yeah, here. Sorry. Okay, continue our swift pace. Zoning resolution updates, allocation considerations. I spoke to, Jennifer from Rochus and Riggs. They said that they were absolutely interested in helping us and happy to help in any way.
And give us a burger.
Didn't talk about rates yet because you wanted to know who the person was.
Yes, I did.
And they said, who do you want?
Oh, that's determining the cost.
Yes. So they can't do the quote until we kind of give them.
Well,
Who would be
Who do you want? But I don't want somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. Or has an agenda.
Well, I don't know about the latter. I have been very impressed with 2 people at the firm, of course, Pete being one of them, whom I've spoken to briefly on a couple of occasions. Would you both be comfortable with Pete?
Yeah, well, who's your second one?
Jennifer is the second one.
So why don't you get a price proposal?
Yeah.
There you go.
But would you guys both be comfortable with Jennifer and Pete?
Well, it depends on the cost, because he's probably more experienced than her, and so if they're the same, I want him.
Yeah, they're not gonna be the same cost.
You asked the question.
Yeah.
I answered the question.
Well, I asked the question, would you be comfortable with her?
At a certain price.
Yeah, okay. Would you be comfortable with Jennifer or Pete? Or would you prefer somebody else? So we can get quotes, but I do wanna,
Is that the lady that did the stuff before?
I don't know who did this stuff before I was here, because one of the first things that we did was take them out of the annual contract. But she's done overlays, she's done prosecutor's training, she's kind of energetic, darker hair.
Okay.
I've been impressed with her myself, but I want to go with who the board is comfortable with as a whole, because this is an important document,
Yes.
and it really matters to get this right.
Well, part of the reason why I want to know who's doing it is because then there's one person responsible. So if they pass it on, I'm not okay with that. Even if it was passed between him and her, I would not be happy
Yeah,
with that.
so you want one person, and you want the cost of both.
Right, and then I want them to be responsible, so if there's a problem, we know who we're, and I think they'll do a better job because they are responsible. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
you're responsible for something.
I agree.
Okay. Okay, so I'll get the price of both, and what I'm gonna do then is I will add it to the outside counsel budget cost that I give to Claudia. Not saying that it's gonna be approved, but that way I can bring it to you guys and we can be prepared for it. And that cost will not come until next year anyway. Deed restrictions for private road.
Yes, what do we know about that?
For anything.
Where were we left off on that? What's
So-
gonna happen?
I thought you were gonna
Me?
talk with zoning on this, because it was in the zoning that we had agreed, so that there was no gas station, that it was a doctor's office, dentist office, or childcare,
That's my bad.
and that's all, well, I'm not stressed, but that's,
No, but I,
the problem is the name of the subdivision is Pine Road.
yeah. And what I did was, I mentioned it to zoning when we were discussing the zoning resolution. But I didn't follow back up on that, so I will. And then I'll forward along the reply. And then I also have that question out to Jake as well, that I sent out a couple weeks ago, that I'm gonna follow up on this week as well, which is inlet outlets, Berlin Farms West, or Berlin Farms?
Okay,
I think we have the answer on West, we need it at Berlin Farm.
yes, and the question somewhat is that outlet for onto, Dale Road, is that outlet for Berlin Farms Farm, or is it for Berlin Farms West, even though it ends in Berlin Farm? What water flows through there?
Mhm.
Is it coming from one or both or the other?
Mhm.
Because I don't know where there's a pond in Berlin Farms. Well, there's one clear over by Berlin Station Road, but I wouldn't think that would be the outlet for it,
Mhm.
but maybe it is.
I think it is. I think it goes north and that way, because that's the only way that they could get to that west.
That creek.
That's their access on the Dale Ford Road.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you gotta request somebody else's property.
Yep. Okay, well,
But there might be water that also flows from Berlin Farm West, but maybe not.
yeah,
I
got it.
don't know where that outlet is. Do you have any idea? Because they've got several ponds for that one.
For Berlin Farms West,
Yeah.
some of it goes to the old township.
Um,
I mean, it doesn't go just out, right? It goes-
Yeah.
it goes-
Well, like for my house, it goes to Old Township.
Yeah.
And it's just covered underneath the
Gotta
railroad.
get past the railroad tracks.
Okay,
This,
I'll look into that, I will bring that up, my apologies, gentlemen, I forgot about that one. Cemetery, I think that we covered everything for the cemetery.
Can I just say that I finished, every single card has been
Oh
into
my
Ponto.
gosh, here,
Now, I do have, and again, my big surgery is December 27th.
Hmm.
So I don't know when but you know, I've spoken with Tim and I'm like, if you can, I mean, it's probably this much of a stack. I have little Post-it notes of what's it says like, there's somebody in the spot and the card does not say that's who's in the spot. So, but I have them all marked. So I told him, you know, we could meet, go through them if you, obviously Ron, if you know, just so you know. And I also asked him, because I have no problem, I don't know how to say this nice, but whoever has passed away since we started Pontum, I don't have any of that information. So if he could get me, if he could get me all those, you know, so like I have their cards already put into Pontum, but if he could get me the death dates, the, what else do I need on there?
So these are folks who've been buried after we started Quantum?
Yes, after, so once, like, So he hasn't followed up with, and he told me, he knows, he says he has a list. Like, if you can get me that list, especially before the 27th, I can at least get everybody updated that has passed away
Wow,
until,
that's huge.
Let me,
Can you do this?
say that Tim, that we got 2 funerals coming up. Tim's gonna be here tomorrow to mark those funeral, the graves at Fairview or at Evergreen. And I told him that the filing cabinet is in there now, and he can work with it now, and he can go in there. He said he needed to, and I expect him to be working in there some tomorrow. So if you could give him a call in the morning or something like that, I think you may be able to see him tomorrow. Just see what you want.
Well, and maybe
Yeah, I
one of
can-
us
I
can
can
tee
get
that
the
up though. Can you tee it up
Yeah,
by
I do.
email or?
I do have a meeting at 11, so I'm not sure, or
I don't have a meeting with him, but
well, I mean, I'm sorry, I have a doctor appointment at 11.
I can meet with him.
Just tee him up for it and say,
Yeah.
hey, Teresa wants to get with you on these 2 things and we really would like to get it done by the.
Time is of the essence.
So
Okay.
or I can send an email, whichever one.
Whatever.
I
I'll
prefer if
see.
you just
I'll
drop
see
the
him
one.
tomorrow.
Okay.
And I can be in if you let me know what time, maybe I could come in and if he has this list,
I'll see
if
what
he's
we got.
kept a list and, I mean, I wrote down so I had 2 papers going. I had 2, the first one was double depth crypts that say they're double depth crypts. I don't know if they are, but at least the card says it is. And then I also have a whole list of people that have the same deed numbers. Because there are multiple people that have the same deed numbers.
It's the kind of thing you can check because they're gonna be over there checking the grave spaces. They gotta probe the grave spaces, so they can dig the 2 graves. For Thursday.
Do you think he has a list of everybody that has passed away?
It's
probably in the last
I'll just tell him that he, and this isn't a bad time of year to do it because it's ground's getting muddier and softer. In the summertime, but the probe is,
Well, I just wrote it so you guys know what the card says.
Thank you.
And then
I am
I
delighted to hear this.
wrote that list of people that have double the same deed numbers. And I put their names, I put where they're both located. I try, but then again, like I said, I have probably a good stack that just, people are already buried, but then they have a card that says Joe and Jan Smith are buried there. But when I go in, it's like, someone else is already there. So I have, but I got the information.
It's a good thing it's only that much and not.
Yeah.
We had 4 boxes of them, so.
I mean, I'm delighted. I mean, we're making progress. It's just a slow trudge.
I just really run it. Like if it's that, I could do like the week before, but after that, and I probably won't be typing for quite a time after.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
I'll talk with them. I'll make it a priority.
Okay.
To get it done.
Just call me tomorrow or text me. Let me know what time you guys are gonna be here. Maybe I can shoot over here.
He was gonna meet with Jesse, and then we're gonna go over, make sure that the mark, that they agree on that sort of stuff. And one funeral was one day, and one funeral was the other day, and they don't know.
Yeah, I don't need to meet over there. I just need to.
More than I want to get involved
Yeah.
in more detail.
Wonderful. Brilliant. That's so fantastic. And thank you for that.
Of course.
Do we want to move some of these items from Evergreen under cemetery, or do you want to keep them as trustee items? Doesn't matter. Like Evergreen sign.
Those are under old business because
Yeah.
of stuff we've been talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Trustee items. County broadband representative.
See, 3 years ago, I thought it was a high priority, but now that we can get it, like T-Mobile is cheaper than anything else, I don't think we really need it.
Mhm.
3 years ago, but technology has changed. I don't see a real need to have a representative there.
For what now?
The broadband, the county broadband. Because there's monies that they can use, but I think that's more for counties that don't have cell towers that can handle that. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't think, we have a lack of cell towers.
I could not agree with you more. I think we have ample coverage.
So I don't see a need.
I will say that here, the internet was having a number of issues for a number of years. But when we strengthened the router line and did some stuff related to the Wi-Fi, to my knowledge, we haven't had that issue. If we have, it's only been maybe back in the roads department, and we amplified that back there. Have you heard of any issues with the internet here? And since we did that, that was maybe 6 months ago. Because I know there were issues back there. I know there were some issues right here, but since we've amplified the,
I've had issues with my UAN, and I don't know if it's internet problems or the UAN. It just
Oh, okay.
runs really slow sometimes. Not all the time, just sometimes.
Every
interesting.
time I log
So-
on, it works the way it's supposed to.
Okay. Maybe we could see the performance of your computer is, because that might be, we also tested it maybe 6 weeks ago, because Kathy was having an issue with the software. So they tested it, and it was not the transference of data, it was running exactly as it should, coming in right at the mark. So, maybe we can see if there's some issue with the software itself. Is it kind of clunky software UAN? Or is it like, do you log into a website, or is it like on your computer?
It's on my computer when I
Okay.
log into it.
Yeah.
They install it when they give me the computer.
Yeah,
Because that's a UAN computer, right?
yeah. It's
And it's
hardware.
2 or 3 years old, so they may be replacing them.
So every time they do a change, you get a new computer from UAN. Do we keep the old ones? I've forgotten, because we're basically renting them, rent to own kind of
They
thing.
give them to you, but once you do the transfer all the stuff to this, there's not really anything on, I mean, it's sitting back there. I don't think you can get
It's
into
kinda
it to
useless
do
and it's an
anything. You've
old
gotta,
computer, that's why they don't want it back.
yeah, you gotta take it somewhere and have
How old
something.
is that?
I wanna say it's about 2 or 3 years old.
It's almost archaic now in computer.
And they do update it.
Yeah.
But they probably, my guess, are waiting for new elections. I don't know. Because when they're fresh, they really are. coming out. And when they're towards their end of their second term.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, that's just, I'm not saying this one is going to be that way, but that's been my experience. Can I ask a quick question about
yeah.
the reviews? Are we having them sent to the physical
They'll go
office?
to the personnel files, yeah.
That's what I
just
thought,
like
but I
the
just
last
want to
year.
confirm.
Do you concur with Trustee O'Brien, we do not need a county broadband representative? Or do you think that the township needs one?
I'd like to rely on the county until we figure out who's on the board.
Okay,
That's the way I would prefer to go.
we will not appoint a broadband representative at this time because we do not see it as a need in the township at this time.
Yeah, and if they're doing an adequate job, that's fine. You know,
I know it's an initiative, I know we have some efforts underway at the county level, so, it's more that there isn't a need, not that.
If they see problems and stuff, hopefully they'll tell us. And either fix them or tell us how to fix them, or if we gotta get somebody to do it, then we'll just get somebody to do it. At least that's the way I would prefer to do it, because we need to have somebody that's in charge, and I think it's better to have a county in charge.
Agreed. I agree because the county is the one who has the resources and the time and agreed. Okay, OTA subscription, so, that was something I had forwarded, and it was with respect to, the OTA now has like a year-long a subscription cost you can pay, and you can have access all year long to the webinars, and a lot of great information occurs at the OTA. I would want to get it if we thought that it would be of a good benefit, especially for some of the training with respect to zoning, with respect to ourselves, with respect to the fiscal office. Because it's $260, I want to pay $260 and have none of us never use it. But if we think that we'll use it, and I personally do find a benefit out of it, I will probably use it a little bit, but I don't know that I have $260 worth of use, you know? So, and I could also have the zoning office, Jake and Jerry look at a number of those helpful webinars, the ones.
So it's a database that we pay for.
Yeah, it's a subscription service to access all of the OTA's trainings. And some of them are not as useful. I find that, I always do enjoy the ones the lawyers do, with the updates to different zonings or this or that. They're pretty well nuanced. But did you see the email that I forwarded? Let me just, there we go. Yeah.
I don't think that I would use it as much without my money, no.
Do you think it's the Township Webinar Subscription Program, allows all active and affiliate members in the participating townships access to all the new and archived webinars for the entire year. $250, every township official and any employee that are OTA and members will be able to attend live webinars with and view archived webinars at the Resource Center at no additional cost. Could save townships 85% on a single member's education app. Little cowboy math there. The subscription period begins January 1st and ends December 31st. I think that, my zoning staff would be fine with taking a few webinars, doing that.
That's who I think would.
Maybe
most
Jesse,
benefit.
Well,
maybe
if
Rose.
we pay for one, does that give us?
Yeah, it's all.
For the whole township?
Everybody who's a member in the township.
Okay.
And you feel that you would get use out of it?
You think I would?
I think.
I imagine I'm probably gonna have to learn some stuff over the next couple of months.
So fiscal office, I think zoning and roads maybe, and then I like to do weird stuff like that.
Would I be allowed to use it before I'm actually installed?
That's a question to ask them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the way you worded it, probably no, but
Well-
the townships that are doing this, I mean, will have that same situation.
But I became an affiliate member myself as an individual before I even was trustee.
And would that work?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Did you become an affiliate or an associate? I think you became an associate.
Associate member, was that what it was? As an individual, I can be an associate member.
I think that's.
Okay. I think they got rid of that.
No, they didn't do that.
Yeah.
I think that's- There's some people, you can be on the outside, but then there's, what they did is the zoning people and anybody else that we want to make a member, there's us that are active members. And then it goes to the, I hate to say it, but there's associate and affiliate. One will be the same, two names. One of them is associated with the township, one of them is not associated with the township. One of them could be, Joe Schmo's prep shop.
Well,
Anybody that wants to.
I would be fine with also if we were allowed to, having, a new fiscal officer become an affiliate or of some nature, because he would be, what's it called? Fiscal officer elect, is that what it is called?
Well, he isn't until, they haven't done the,
Once he's certified?
certification.
Well, Connie has,
Secretary of State's done that.
Connie has her name. I know that. Connie has her name and
Yeah.
she was correct in the database. I know. Are you gonna be at the meeting Thursday night?
What meeting?
Okay, well, the DCTA has a meeting Thursday night at, the
Stratford Barn.
This is Stratford Barn, and it's the Delaware County Township Association. And so they're gonna meet there. Connie will be there. Connie Skinner is the treasurer.
Yeah.
And she's the one that maintains the list for everybody. And the memberships for the state OTA is all paid for through the county the Delaware County Township Association, we pay them, and then they pay the state for us. And the county maintains the database for everybody in the county. This here, the OTA doesn't maintain that database. Although they oversee it, they got it.
She got my information from me on last Thursday when we were.
Okay, she got your email?
Yeah.
It's 100 times better than it used to be, but it's still confusing.
I'll tell her to forward you the invite. Make sure you get it.
I can attend that.
To the DCTA.
Yeah.
So the information comes from Scott.
Do you know
Well, it
county?
comes from there.
Yeah, I met her
I
at
know
the
plenty of access.
prosecutor during the
Because
township.
that email that I
Give
sent,
her a call, tell her you're welcome, because they were trying
Well,
to keep track of the bills
Kate
and
just
stuff.
got a
That's
copy
what-
of that.
I don't have her contact information.
Okay,
She has mine.
Okay, it's, I don't know, I'm not gonna give it over to them.
Okay, so we'll make sure you get the invite, sir. Based on that, whether or not we can resolve this by March or not, that doesn't matter because you'll still use it after March. So let's move forward with, move to appropriate $250 for the township's webinar subscription program through the Ohio Township Association for the 2024 year.
Second.
Was it 250? I thought it was 260.
No, I thought it was 260. Moved by chair, second by more discussion. I thought it was 260, but then I saw this, it says 250.
Well, sorry.
Carl.
Buller. Buller. Yes.
Oh, yes,
Over.
Yes.
O'Brien. Right.
Yes.
that's what we're checking.
Yeah, let's see what we can do there, Jeff, because I found it to be incredibly useful information a couple of years ago. Just different webinars, just different things that, I think you find helpful.
That's this Thursday.
This
That's
Thursday.
this Thursday. Huh?
Yeah.
That's this Thursday.
It's this Thursday,
Yeah,
yes.
30.
I believe I need that.
Okay.
It's the new one, Stratford Barn.
Yes.
Zoning department. I don't have anything except for crazy home permits. Yeah, let's see, this is,
Well, October was 31, so we won't have.
That was last meetings.
21.
We did that one.
21, but we have more than 21 right now.
Yes.
So in anticipation of November, we'll be,
Well, I was in there the other day, there was all over this,
yeah,
there's a lot of buildings
lots, so,
there. And you said there were many at the green,
Yes.
which makes sense.
okay, future meetings, we have quite a few coming up, right?
Township Association,
Let's start with Wednesday, we have engineers luncheon. Are you going to that?
I have to,
with the fixed become early.
I have another meeting I have to go to. But I do plan to.
Okay, so we'll all be there. Thursday's DCTA. Will you be there? Will you be there?
Yes.
$15 for dinner, city barbecue catered.
It's worth it.
Maybe not to your blood pressure, but love city barbecue. Okay,
You guys should be on the eat anything in sight.
there you go. Next Monday, I got invited to the county strategic plan unveiling. You aware of this? Okay, so let me forward this to you. I had participated, you guys had assigned me to meet with the strategic planner earlier this year. And this is the unveiling of the strategic plan. And it will be 12/4 Monday, is that Monday? Lunchtime. So I'll make sure you guys get that. Other meetings, other future meetings. The DCTA does interfere with the DCRPC meeting. One of my favorites, as you know.
Yes.
So, I've asked Jake to go in my stead. So hopefully he'll be able to attend that meeting. Let's see, any other meetings coming up in the next couple weeks?
I just meet with Doug fairly often. And that's good. I mean, we're getting a lot done, and don't have any other ones planned.
Do you have anything? Okay, only other item is late items.
Railroad crossing at Curve Road. The railroad has finally said they will pave it. And they've said they will.
How did you get in
And
contact?
they said they will pave the little triangle that's 10 square feet that is ours, but they're gonna pave it for us, okay? And,
How about
No,
on the road?
now, the other part that they didn't say was when they were gonna do it. Okay,
Who did you hear through and how? I just wanna know, was it
but I
a
thought.
letter?
At least we got a response, because I've been working with the city and the county both, trying to get a response, and everybody's been, and they finally said, oh, okay, we'll do something. So they're doing that.
So did you see they did a little repair on, I don't really know what it's called, but on the approach, the wood beam, I would call it, but I don't know what's, it's like a 8x8 or a 12x8. That is next to the rail. So they replaced it, and it looked great, but it's all of a sudden starting to, so people are starting to go back in the middle of the road again. But when they pave it, they'll probably see, oh, this is.
Let's hope that this, all we can do is just keep pushing on.
Yeah, because it looked beautiful when they fixed it, and it was great for a week. I mean, you could actually
Till the first
drive
time,
on the right side of the road.
till the first time I drove the bottom.
Probably.
Yeah, we understand.
Thank you.
But it's just one of those things.
Who did you hear from and through? How did it work?
Well, I've been working with, I gotta look it up, the guy from Delaware City.
He has a contact?
I've got a contact with the city, and I got a contact with, Lee,
Bodnar?
Bodnar
Yeah, Bodnar.
from, the county engineer's office, and we've been bugging them, just trying to get them to respond, and it's worked. I mean, got enough people with enough talking to make it happen.
That's great. Good work.
Thank you, yes.
Seriously.
But it was.
It's only taken 20 years, and then we haven't had before that. Because they just ignore us, and I'm thankful we finally got their attention.
Well, and the thing, part of it was, asking the question about, can we get it in writing that we shouldn't do that? And no, we just can't get that. I think it was Doug that told me that they were going to do it, but I talked to everybody.
Okay. Did you have any late items? I had two quick late items. One was, I wrote the Berlin Business Park update letter and I posted it to the website. I wanted to, if you guys are amenable to it, accept that as an exhibit into the meeting minutes, so that's reflected in the meeting minutes as well. Did we already do an exhibit this evening?
Yes.
Okay. So, so this is a late item titled, Berlin Business Park Update. Move to accept the letter written, on behalf of the board to inform the residents about the Berlin Business Park Update as Exhibit 2.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? This is just so that we have a persisting document of that.
And who has the letter?
I've sent it to you guys, but I'll forward it to you again, and it's on the website.
Yeah, just include me in on that,
Okay.
so I can.
Definitely. Please call roll.
I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Moved by Chair, seconded by O'Brien.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. And then the second one was, a letter was written to residents on behalf of the board with respect to the unauthorized cellular tower on Olentangy, local school board property. And I'd like that letter to be entered into the record to be reflected in our meeting minutes as well. So move to, include, the letter to the residents on behalf of the board for the Olentangy Local School Board, Tower Co. Litigation letter posted to the website as Exhibit 3.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That was all I had.
Move to adjourn.
Well, no, I got that.
Oh, Resend?
We'll get there.
So one second.
We had a meeting here last time, we met with, people from ODOT, and they were having the same over at the,
Yes.
and I went to that, and what I saw was they had, maps of each section, and they had broken out into sections. It wasn't really a meeting, it was a trade show, kind of thing, where they had tables set up, and people at each one. You couldn't connect it all together, but they talked to a lot of people. And, a couple of the things that came out of the discussion was, the ODOT, I was pushing to try to come up with a connection between 36, 37, and 23 north of town somehow. Okay, so you can get that. And they're pushing the Panhandle Road, and probably gonna make that happen. So Bixby Parkway will go over and get to the Panhandle Road and get there.
So when you're saying pushing it, you wanted to know what they were thinking, or you were advocating for it?
I was pushing, trying to get them to think in terms of making a connection between 36, 37, and 23 north that didn't rely on going through town. Just as a way.
So you were
to-
advocating for it?
Advocating for it,
Okay.
probably the better word. And what I got back as a response was, and we talked about 229, we talked about bus things, but, there's also a kind of a tentative plan to talk about a connection south of the dam, farther north, say Cooper Road, that would come around.
Main Street, Main Road,
Or,
Main Road.
well, it wasn't Main Road that they were gonna use, but something like that. I know what you mean, but it was make a road that would go around that way and come off and end up more like a Rolls Road.
All the
So
trustees
come around
sent
from
this?
downtown, so it ended up at the
All
Rolls
trustees sent this?
for the connection. So
Somebody has to do
that
it.
would make it
Just
complete
one person?
outer belt, the double up.
So that's what they're thinking?
It's just a discussion point. It's not, I won't say that that's what they're thinking, but I would say that that's in their thought process. And we also talked about 42 on the south end. And Veterans Parkway was talked about as being a potential, and something that they have expressed a lot of interest in that road out there.
Well, I'm not interested in
And
that.
the reason for that is 42 from Delaware to Plain City is one of the highest two-lane truck road travel.
But Veterans Parkway goes from 42 over my house.
I'm just telling you, that's Veterans Parkway. Okay, no, they didn't have a map showing it, or it didn't come on the map, or anything else, but Veterans Parkway was talking about.
But that's, okay, but that, I don't see that happening because of the cost. You have to cross two railroad tracks.
I understand all that, okay, but what I'm saying is that was a discussion topic that they.
But it also,
understand.
the leads towards annexation are crazy.
I understand all of that. And then, I mentioned that, Broadmoor Road really needs to get across the river to, what is the name of that road?
But I'm not for that either.
Well, it said it's not on the plan because the city doesn't have any money, and that, getting across the old canyon was a bigger problem than the problem.
Well, that's because the county doesn't have authority to do it, the city does have authority, because the kind of river it is. The county can't do it, and that's who has money.
It's just, I'm only bringing up those things, the topics I have to talk about. The other thing was, it showed several bridges across 23. And what they were going to do was put these bridges in, as an example, take Shanahan Road and try it across 23, and then we would have to be a right in, right out.
The flyover.
And the traffic light would go away, so the traffic would go right through there. Now, do the same thing at Powell Road, do the same thing at Home Road, so Home Road goes over to 23, and then you do the right in, right out, and there's no traffic lights, and that's it. So the flow of traffic would become a lot better. That's what they were looking to do. And I have to learn all that happened. They didn't get a whole lot of response on that. That's what's going on. And it was all the way from 23 up to, or 27 all the way up. And they had a crossing, a bridge crossing at, the JBS or Delaware Career Center, one at, the new Cheshire Road, which tied into 23 out here. And, one.
That is a flyover also? Or are you saying that will be a flyover also?
Yeah, and then one at, Shanahan Road, which these are just potentials, and they were just talked about. One was 315, going across, you go across 315, get on Stratford Road, go up to the by the barn, turn off the traffic light, and get on to 23, there at the, north of where the barn is, for that traffic light. And you no longer make this, pardon?
They call me.
Yeah, but you can't, but other than the right in, right out, and they did have the concrete barriers all the way up and up to make all that happen. But it was an interesting discussion. I was there for, hour and a half, just talking to everybody I talked to, there was quite a few people there.
I couldn't make that meeting, but I received a call from Joe Pemberton to request to meet with a gentleman from the Toledo Chamber of Commerce. And it was at Bob Evans, and showed up, and Orange Trustee Mike Ringle, Liberty, Scott Donaldson, and Councilwoman Keithlin from the city of Delaware. Yes, Joe Pemberton and the president of the Toledo Chamber of Commerce. It's of their opinion that the smaller improvements to 23 should not be looked at in isolation, but should be looked at, and basically sounded like he wanted to reinitiate the Toledo 23 connection and solve for the bigger issues and talk through. So we, one of the trustees mentioned that, they should talk with Brown Township, and I believe that Joe ended up reaching out to Connie Skinner as well. It was just a conversation about different needs and different concerns in the area. But I certainly wasn't aware that we would be exactly meeting in that way or having that discussion. So it's prompted some more questions and answers that I had with respect to that meeting in terms of where do they want to end up. It used to be they want to end up in Carolina. It used to be they were thinking of going west. Now it's we want to end up. It sounded like to me we want a clear path to Intel. So I don't know what that means for us or discussions, but just want to let you gentlemen know that conversation happened. There weren't any specific ideas on the table. One person did bring up 229.
But that, to Intel, is directly I-73.
Mhm.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and, that was, I used that term a couple times. And the ODOT guys, they didn't object or any of that sort of stuff, but they knew what I was talking about. They said, you know, this is an I-73, per se, but it's I-73 with different names.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Well, it definitely sounded like that in my conversation. Interestingly, it didn't sound like, from my conversations with ODOT, that they were as concerned with that as they were with just mitigating an immediate traffic issue on 23. So I don't know if there's discrepancy between ODOT's approach and maybe what the Chamber of Commerce had in mind, but interesting conversations nonetheless. Nothing concretized, nothing put out there specific. But I said, if you want to understand some of the challenges, 'cause that's what I thought I was there for, about townships, you know, we struggle with north-south connections and trying to make all of these connections come together in meaningful ways that are safe for our residents. So if you want to help solve for that problem, please feel free to help.
And one of the other things that came out of one of my conversations with somebody was that the roundabout at, on Glen Road, Berlin Station. You know, we got the roundabout on the north side, it stops, going to the cornfield or whatever's there. I was talking about that, and I was thinking it would be about, what it is they're looking at under. The plan is to go under the railroad tracks, not to go over the railroad tracks, but to go under, because the distance from the roundabout to the railroad tracks isn't long enough to get. I mean, it would be a really steep go up and go down to get over.
So they are actually planning to do that.
The plan is to do an underpass.
The city is planning to do it.
It's just a city, this was somebody in the city or somebody like that was talking about, we were just talking about Bullet Station. But that was a discussion point, and, you know, with that and a dollar maybe cup of coffee someplace, but, that's the thought right now.
But whether I like it or not, it's the second point. What I did not like, what I had seen previously, is that they were going to do a roundabout on the east side of the railroad track on Berlin Station to connect Berlin Station to Glen Road. And so that Glen Road and Glen Parkway didn't actually meet.
Well, that was, I had heard that too. I've seen that plan. I think we even got a drawing of that, where they go to do that. But I think always in the planning process was to get, basically, I don't know that you close the Berlin Station crossing, but mainly get that Glen Road going north. That's what they want to do. Glen Road ended up going over the.
Right.
It was one of those.
Well, because, you know, the TIF that the city has taken from Harlem Township, on Peach Blow is earmarked for that grade separation. And it may say grade separation. I always assumed it was over, but it may actually say grade separation, and it would be a grade separation, even if it goes under. Because I was wanting to contest them taking our money and using it for other purposes.
But yeah, that's in
Why
the.
didn't they?
The time wasn't correct.
So anyhow, that was in the discussion that I've had recently to say that. I'm only letting you know this.
Yeah, no, thank you, appreciate the information
And
sharing.
now, I make a motion we adjourn.
I second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Brian. Please call roll.
Brian,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. I didn't mean to take too much time.
You're good. It's good. This is good information sharing.
Anybody got any idea what this is about?
No, well, I thought he was here for the,
But it says he's a developer.
I know, so